begin recording. There we go.
Lucky
Right.
Sean.
So, who can tell me what happened last time?
Nope.
All right. So, we woke up.
Right.
We woke up. Sable was with Vellum. Very
Sable was with Vellum, was he?
yeah. Sable, comma with Vellum, comma
Okay.
was being very, I guess, standoffish just because he could. But he started talking to Hans. There was a bit of kind of Hans soliloquy. I actually have that in my notes. Just as Hans soliloquy. But basically, he's talking about Elizabeth von Tragel. She was from a century ago. Hans said he killed her in time long past, though somehow it appears her soul was spared, even if her body was not. She lived at Lady Felgray's castle, mother to a son, daughter to a widower. Inclusive at best, any information on them was hard to come by. The eldest lady had passed quite some time ago. Somehow the widower's voice persevered within the daughter's mind. Eventually she was driven mad and she dabbled in necromantic powers. She somehow contracted vampirism, a curse she passed on to the rest of the family. Hans soliloquy. Von Tragel knew of the Hunter's Keep and of the contract taken by Hans. They specifically targeted his family, arriving one night to kill them. Their bodies were smuggled away and turned by the vampire, offering a macabre cadre of fight defenders the perfect means of protection from the grief-stricken hunter. Hans was forced to face the death of his family once more, watching the twisted faces of those he once loved stare him in the face as he killed them. Afterward, his vengeance was denied him. The pale lady was stolen away from him by her son, his single means of justice gone from his sight. He was left near death with the fragments of his life strewn about him. He sought out the Order of the Lycanthrope as a result. One couldn't sit amidst the remains of their family and not be driven to some extreme. He became a werewolf and now hunts her down. Balthazar finds out Sal cut a huge swath out of his tent. There are some words spoken. Threats are given to many. And the tent is dug out from beneath the rubble. The group sets off. Siren and Balthazar discuss Hans' thirst for vengeance, the reason for his lack of alerting the party to their undead stalker. They make it to the city finally. There are racist guards. Last vampire attack was 50 years ago. Fanny's Cots and Repairs was... I should probably expand because later on I just started doing brief notes. Fanny's Cart and Repairs, we had a very long, perhaps one would say too long, aside to get things done. Then Vellum went to the Wonky Weasel, I think was the name of it.
Yes.
Yeah. Paid, everything kind of got set up. Kids were missing. This crazy drunk guy thought that a lizard was his daughter.
He was very drunk.
He was very drunk. He almost died. Yeah, but Lise, a tiny girl, is missing. Let's see. Ronduin, one of many children missing, 17, 18 years old, is the oldest, 2 years the youngest. It doesn't seem to be specifically done to the poor, or it seems the nobles haven't lost any children, but we're possibly going to look into that at some later date. And that's about it. I probably missed some specific things with certain people, but you can
missed the fact that Balthazar and Atlas, and Siren were just staring at this lopsided building.
Oh yeah.
To go into it.
Yeah, we were wondering if it was just like an overall joke, because yeah.
Do you think it's nicer on the inside? Then we can look bad on the outside, so it won't be crowded. Is it clever?
No.
Please tell me it's clever.
He's reading so much into it.
Right, okay. So, before anything happens, Niril, I would like you to come with me.
Oh no.
Whisper room.
Immediate secrets.
And you will see.
So, Aye.
What secrets does the DM have to partell of me? Thank you.
So, you find yourself drowsy and weary. As you try to come to from sleep, your vision clears. You're running through a series of large caverns, heart-pounding, subterranean spring water splashing against your feet. You look down. You have hooves. Furred legs of deep purple and blue. Your small, frail form kind of propelling you forward. You look around, you're running through caves of great crystalline formations, bright luminescent greenish blue in colour. You look behind you in panic, your long furred tail bounding after you. You catch brief glimpses of yourself in the reflections of the crystals as you pass them. Long twirled horns pointed outward. You see tiny points of light in your skin and fur. Starlight, perhaps? It's hard to tell. Then you hear strange, guttural, gargling noises behind you. Turn back. You see tall, thin, cloaked figures turning the corner and pointing towards you, kind of bathed in shadow. Sleek but bulbous finned heads and long, sinewy appendages flailing from the mouth in anger. You look about in panic. You're cornered, nowhere to go. You look forward towards a nearby cavern wall. You dive into the shadow. And you wake up in a cold sweat.
Oh my.
Of reasons. Kinda.
Welcome back.
I'm back.
Okay.
Hello, secrets.
Mhm.
Keeper of secrets.
Secrets
Keeper
and
of
lies, secrets and lies.
secrets.
Right, well, there we go. So,
I don't know if you remember from last time, Junior, but Bellum was going to get up during the night at some point.
okay.
He was just going to sort of have a think and then go back to bed. So if you had anything, I don't know if that falls into any consideration or anything, but just figure I'd remind you of that.
Okay then. So what are you doing when you get up during the night?
Well, he's probably just going to stand on the landing, and regardless of what's going on and who's there, he's going to sort of stand and have a think for a bit. The room was too claustrophobic and he needed a bit more of an open space to think. He's probably going to be there for half an hour. Just sort of
Him
thinking
and his 30
before
minutes.
he realizes he needs to get back to sleep and then go back in.
Okay.
Because I didn't know what plans you had, if any.
Yeah.
So if you can't have 30 minutes alone in the car,
God damn it. So, eventually, the morning light of pale white kind of comes into the windows, and most of you come to consciousness awake in your beds, mostly ready for a new day. Some of you still exhausted from the night prior. So what's everyone doing?
feels like I slept on a rock.
I have to turn you down.
This
There we go.
this hay?
Very loud, hang on. There you go.
Yeah, I turned it down as well.
Dang it, Atlas.
Adjust my own volumes a little. All right.
No, you
Level
fool, we
down a
just
bit.
turned you down.
Yeah, that was your own fault. This has been one of the most uncomfortable nights I've ever had.
I feel like I'm looking constantly to the right.
Do you remember that one time with the Black Hand when we slept in... Oh, when we slept in that field outside of the city?
And all we had... Yeah?
No. And those damn sheep kept coming in the night. And they kept jumping on people. This is worse than that. Those fucking sheep.
I thought sheep were supposed to help you fall asleep.
I say that to my kidneys. Sarah's gonna roll out of bed.
So much complaining.
Oh, it's worse now that I'm standing. Oh.
Oh, my back!
I need something to end this pain. Where's my dagger?
Let us go see if their drinks are as bad as their beds.
I don't want to feel even worse on the inside.
Yeah, but your back won't hurt for now.
Okay. And Sarah's gonna like
Victory.
slowly get dressed, like
There's a
Ricky
bang
old
on the
lady.
wall. I can hear you complaining from here.
Good. You know how I feel about your logics.
How is this better than the whorehouse?
There's no response.
Does this place even have a bath?
You look over. You look over in the corner. There's what looks like a fresh kind of like a round wooden tub filled with fresh water. Probably cold.
Probably. Saren is going to walk over, and she is going to prestidigitation the fuck out of that of that water to clean it.
Okay. Yep.
And then she's gonna heat it up.
Okay. So after a while, you do see steam beginning to rise.
Okay. And then she's just gonna like strip and just kind of sink in.
It's a
Rest for
right,
the day. Oh,
it's a
shit,
cramped-
bath.
it's a
Oh,
cramped
shit.
fit. It's a cramped fit.
It's all right. Saren can be tiny when she needs to.
I have multiple letters I could say to doubt that. And they're both F.
Also true. So Siren is sitting there looking like, I'm guessing she looks like she fell in a toilet, but it's clean water and it's warm, so she's just gonna like let her muscles relax through that. And she's just gonna like sit there, just kind of sink in, just like, oh, this is still subpar. She yells at the wall, but this is better. And we can move on if we want to.
Yeah.
Are you sure
Meanwhile-
there's no more complaining to do?
Oh, we
Meanwhile,
could. If you want me to, like, I can find things to complain
Sorry, I
about.
was
but
blowing my nose, so I didn't immediately say something.
meanwhile, Gronka have slept like a stone because it's a bed and it's better than literally a stone
Or a roof.
that he have in fact slept on many times.
He is a stone.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like
well,
when you sleep on someone's knees. It's kind of like that.
Did you say sleep on someone's niece?
Yeah, as in your bendy bits on your legs.
Not the niece, the knee.
Oh,
The knees.
knees.
You
Jesus
sleep on
Christ,
someone's knee,
David.
you know, and they just kind of are crushed by your massive man weight.
And then nice and squishy.
Yeah,
Perfect bedding.
yeah, good pillow.
Jesus Christ, David.
What? I heard niece. I was like, why is he sleeping in some like your?
Freudian.
Is he sleeping in your brother's daughter?
Vellum would have been up at dawn, so would he have been up before everyone? I don't know what time everyone's waking up.
Because you were all pretty much zonked last night, most of you probably wake up at around 10 o'clock. Venom's already up.
Yeah, but obviously because he just remarked he's still around, just getting his shit
Yeah.
together.
Grunkus just gonna slowly get up, make sure, feed Webby, make sure to, not maybe spook anyone that he's a gobbo, and he's probably gonna have breakfast.
Okay. So you make your way down. There are a few things on the menu. There is a meat platter consisting of elk, goat, and deer. That would be 6 silver pieces. There is the soup o' the day, which is 5 silver pieces. There's also the house special, which is buttered northern striped lobster with fresh bread and scallops. That'd be 8 silver pieces.
Lobster.
Yeah, it's a support town.
Oh, true. Fair enough. Vellum is gonna go have breakfast as well.
Is
Okay.
there a rock lobster?
It's not a rock lobster, no. But you do note that these shells of these northern striped lobster, they are it's like the shell is like a tiger's coat, but in grayscale.
Yeah. Huh. Well, I mean, the obvious answer is gonna have the meat platter.
Okay. So just mark off 6 silver pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is breakfast included or no?
Breakfast. Well, you guys paid for the rooms, not the meals themselves.
Oh well, Vellum will pass it.
Okay. You watch as you're scarfing down all this meat, Grunky. You can see other patrons just kind of looking at you, just leaning back in their chairs with looks of horror in their face.
You can do the thing where he's like, he quickly turns to look at them. He kind of do it. Yeah, it does a little smile with a bunch of meat stuck in his teeth, and then he keeps eating.
People slowly turn around and go back to their previous conversations, still occasionally looking over their shoulders towards you, but they see you as not much of a threat for now.
Yeah.
You don't know if that'll change depending on what you do, but it seems that no one's bothering you.
For now.
Yes, for now. They seemed rather frightened to approach you.
Yeah.
I'm
So-
gonna head up to Sow's, I guess Neural's, even though he doesn't quite know. Up to that door and sort of give it a knock.
So you and Nero, you hear on your door.
Neil
Wow.
tosses and turning, still in his sleep, mumbling.
Sao is awake, but not answering as she is doing something currently. If you wish, you can open the door and see.
Get ignored.
The question is, did they lock it?
I didn't.
I think Sao had the
Neither
key.
did I.
So.
So I was using your 30 minutes.
No,
Right. Well, after like a couple of
the door is open, by the way.
oh, it is. Just open all night.
Trust
Oh,
me,
you
the
mean
first
unlocked?
person, the first person to walk into the room unannounced is gonna get a fucking bullet.
Right. Well, firstly, you meant unlocked, not open, right?
It's unlocked. Yes.
Okay, yeah, because open would have been a whole other story.
Yeah.
He's gonna give it like another minute, give another knock, and if there's no response, he'll go away. But yeah, with a minute later, it's like
You can hear a sort of quiet but still audible. Come in.
okay. Well, he's going to open the door and head on in.
Sao is, I wouldn't say miming, but she's doing something as if somebody is standing in front of her repeating what she's doing.
So she's pretending she's in a mirror.
In a way, yes.
He's just gonna sort of pause, raise an eyebrow, and then slowly close the door behind him. What are you doing?
As she looks to him, she smirks a bit, and maybe 5 seconds later, he can feel a poke on his shoulder. But she's still standing where she is.
He's gonna turn his head to look at the poking.
There's nobody.
Alright, explain.
Begging.
Well, it seems I have acquired a, how to put it? A double, I guess?
Magic
And-
shit, right?
In a way, yes.
Right, okay.
And then he can feel a gentle touch of a hand on his shoulder.
He seems like he's not rigid, but he's just sort of a little more tense. Just an invisible hand on his shoulder.
Don't worry, don't worry. It's harmless. I think. So far,
Maybe a lot of confidence there.
it's been mimicking what I've been doing all morning.
Right. And you
And-
just control this thing.
Yes.
Okay. You alright? Sleep okay?
I slept well, actually, for once in a proper bed.
Yeah.
Russell
nice change
was
of pace.
too, you know.
Well, I was about to say you get to bed yourself, but then sort of glancing over to the sleeping Neril, who is not in here last time you saw.
She Neril's kind of tossing and turning in her sleep. She doesn't seem very comfortable right now.
Okay.
Make a perception check.
Sure.
She's dead.
Again. Oh no. I'm gonna impose disadvantage on myself because creepy invisible hand magic is a little off-putting for him right now.
Right. Okay.
If I'm allowed to do that, that is. It's a character.
It's your choice. If you want to
You look
impose
like
disadvantage on
11.
yourself.
Alright, well,
She seems to be tossing and turning. She kind of grunting a bit, and you see a kind of like a cat that's asleep, kind of sort of running feet.
No. Stay away. Come back. And she'll roll off the bed and fall into a flop.
you alright?
10d8 bludgeoning damage.
Dies again.
Death from falling out of bed. It's very
Ow.
small.
okay, Nerold? You've been like that all morning.
Yeah, just a dream.
Something off about her. She looks a little bit different, but you can't put your finger on why.
He sort of starts thinking about what it could be, but then just, still hand on his shoulder, and just like his eyes are slowly drawn back to the spot where he's not seeing anything, and it's a little freaky.
The hand lets go, by the way.
Right. Might want to ask before you get touchy-feely next time.
Sao rolls her eyes.
Well, I'm not used to this magic stuff, am I?
Neither am I. Well, not this kind anyway, but
You see the brief flicker of light in the corner of your eye, Saoyin.
And without actually, doing a rapid turn, she just glances over quickly.
You look down towards Nero, which is where you saw the flicker of light. You notice her horns. There's a few small white pinpoints of light kind of emitting this small glow of deep navy blue along the ridges of her horns. No larger than a pinprick, but it's noticeable. It's noticeable with the glow.
What is it, Sao?
Nerold, you don't have a habit of casting spells in your sleep, do you?
No. The one time I did was when I accidentally cast darkness on myself, but besides that, it only happened once. Why you ask? Did I do it again? And she looks around to see if she's in a dark bubble.
There is no darkness around, but you have tiny motes of light from your horns.
What? She glances up and sees if she can even see.
No, you can't see it, but there is a mirror nearby. It's a hand mirror, very very ramshackle.
Grabs and looks into the mirror.
You can see what looks like elements of it almost looks like starlight. It kind of trails along the very top ridge of your horns.
Fancy.
That's not normal.
No, I don't think so.
And I don't have anything that could do this.
Perhaps we should ask your siblings.
That may be best. And with that, Neil will head towards the door, seeing as she's already dressed.
Okay. So with that, you head towards the chambers of Balthazar and Siren. You both see opening kind of, well, don't see because you both hear a tiny knock at the door.
Come in.
Neil will open the door. Brother, sister, did any of you paint my horn tips white or whatever color they are?
Siren's just gonna open her eyes and look over from the tub. No, but you've been known to have odd things happen to you in your sleep. Is this part of... Did you have anything weird happen last night? Dreams or anything of that nature?
I did have a weird dream. I was covered in fur. It was weird.
That is rather odd. Come here. And she motions towards her.
Neil walks in and closes the door and does the little kobold waddle up to the tub. This is a really small tub.
Yes, but it's warm and it's
I
clean.
know.
Is Valthar just like sitting there glaring at Siren because she hasn't gotten out of the tub yet?
Or is he also crammed in?
Should draw it some right there. This is bullshit.
Well, you should have gotten in the tub first. And then she just kind of turns back to Nero and just like reaches over the side of the tub and like starts feeling Nero's horns just to see like if there's any physical difference between her dark horns and where the white is. Like if it feels different, if it's
It's
like a different substance.
it's more like you feel across like a sort of trail from her brow to the tip of her horns, the top ridge that travels that line. Along it you can see kind of peppered in places these tiny little pinpoints of what look like starlight, kind of glowing with this deep kind of this deep navy blue. It's barely noticeable at a glance, but once you actually look at the horns, it's fairly obvious.
Well, it seems you are luminescent to some degree. That's interesting.
That's gonna make it hard to stealth around, though.
Unless you cast darkness. But yes. I mean, you could always put something over it, or you might even be able to control it in some essence. Cast a spell. That isn't darkness.
Fireball.
Okay.
I just want to see
Jeez,
if channeling your magic does anything.
She's gonna hold up her hands and like sparks are gonna start kind of popping off of them as she casts Shocking Grasps.
Okay. Is there any
There's a-
change in?
There's you can see what look like elements of this kind of shadowy starlight essence that kind of flicker off of this bluish glowing shocking energy.
Interesting. So it does seem to have some tie to your magic. It could just be the source of your magic taking more effect as you get more powerful.
Maybe.
I mean, it seems to respond to your magic.
We'll stop doing Shocking Grasp and make a little fire bolt in her hand, see if it affects that as well. Without actually throwing it.
The fireball does not glow orange. There is a deep kind of navy blue purplish essence to it. You can see as it ignites in your hand, there's this very strange optical illusion type thing going on here, where no matter what, which angle you look at this fireball, there's this pattern that kind of overtakes it, that like this cosmic sort of background that Ducky, you play Guild Wars 2, right?
No.
But right, okay.
I think I can imagine the effect you're speaking of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically like a tear in reality almost.
Sort of,
and
yes.
There's stars and cosmic stuff on
Yeah.
through it.
Yeah, like no matter where you move this fireball, the sort of background sort of stays the same at the same angle, no matter where. But it's like looking into the night sky with billowing, kind of crackling, fiery shadows.
Interesting.
Huh.
seems to be part of your magic.
It does seem so.
Yeah. So congratulations. You're getting more powerful.
Thank you.
Could I perhaps do something to inspect this?
What exactly do you want to? How do you want to inspect it?
I'm trying to figure out which sort of source that might come from, because everything comes from, the wheel of magic. Because, like, night sky...
an Arcana check.
I'm not great at these, but I'm still curious as shit.
It's alien to you.
It's an alien.
Aliens.
I have no idea what is going on with you. But, just a little clap on the shoulder, I am sure it is fine.
Sorry, someone tried to spam call me. Anywho, to continue.
Siren kind of reaches over and ruffles, or just like pats Nero's head. It's like, yeah.
Oh my what scales?
Ruffles her scales.
Yes. It's like, yes. Like, you are becoming stronger, and that is something worth celebrating.
Yay! Well, I'll go leave you to your, very small bath. I'm hungry.
Do not remind me.
Well, if you want, brother, I can just prestidigitation you, clean.
No,
As she, like, holds up her hands and just
no,
like
I
this.
want to be mad about this.
I don't want a solution. I want to be bad.
I want it to be a problem.
Yeah. And that was actually Siren chuckling.
Okay. Just a reminder, the building's lopsided, and she leaves.
Ah!
She is helping.
That's what that background discomfort was. Damn it! Siren looks at the walls. It's like, okay, that
Level.
that has ruined my bath. Siren just gets up. I want to be out of this building as soon as possible. Perhaps we can find another somewhere in the city. And Siren goes and gets dressed.
Okay then. So what are the rest of you guys doing?
Now Neryl's sort of fallen out of bed, freaked out, and left. Venom's just gonna sort of return his attention to Sao and just sort of anyway, I was gonna go head out and get some shit done. Did you want to come with?
Not right now. I have some things I want to try out. I have some ideas I want to work on, but I might join you later on, if that's okay.
Alright, well, I'll be at the stores, so wherever the hell they are, so try and find me after.
Yeah, I'll find my way around.
Gives her a nod and then heads out, back up.
Okay.
Venom's gonna leave the entire building.
Oh, right, okay.
If you wanna pan over to somebody else, that's awesome.
All right, that's fair. Gronka, what are you doing? You've finished your meal of various glorious meats. Surprisingly tender meat as well. It falls apart in your mouth.
So, I finished eating, I finished doing the meme, and now I'm gonna... Grunker's gonna get up, and he's gonna go outside.
Okay.
He's probably gonna... He have his, like, the winter cloak thingy, clothing. And I assume that have a hood.
Yeah. It's a kind of fur-lined hood.
Yeah. He's gonna pop that on, just so, not attract too much attention. Probably gonna pretend to be like a halfling or some other small fuck.
Okay. I will say, will say if you're gonna pretend to be one, I will say make a deception check just for the outside. While walking around.
Let's see. What the fuck is deception? Up there. Okay.
He's an honest
16.
fellow.
You seem to go unnoticed.
Yeah. Just kind of mostly just wander around, kind of learn the layout of the city.
Okay.
We need to get you a porcelain mask.
Please no.
Too much like Critical Role. Too much.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think
Yeah, he's gonna do that, and while he's just kind of walking around, he's gonna specifically look for like blacksmiths or bookshops or stuff like that.
Okay.
Wonder where you
Make,
could find a blacksmith.
I will say if you're looking for, which one are you looking for specifically?
Mostly blacksmith, and
Okay.
then like if he sees a bookshop, he's probably gonna have a peek inside.
Okay. Make a charisma check.
Also, if he can see any any other goblins, which I
Okay.
doubt.
Make
He's
a
gonna keep
make
an eye
a
on them.
perception check.
Charisma or perception or both.
Well, for looking for either a blacksmith or a bookshop, make a charisma check. For looking for other goblins, make a perception check.
So charismatic.
Your kind of your improv halfling disguise, it's actually very effective. See, people seem to warm up to you in a way that you've never experienced before as a goblin. You do get directions for for a place called Solderhand's Smithy, which is you are directed towards the Foot Drifts. For bookshop, you are directed towards the Spired Clefts, towards Bindorf's Books and Tomes.
Well, the spied clefts, you said.
The Spired Clefts.
Clef. How do you spell that?
I'll type it out there.
Thank you.
And for the Foot Drifts, it is there you go.
Alright. And the first one is a bookshop, and the other is a smithy.
Yes. The smithy is in the Foot Drifts. The bookshop, Bindorf's Books and Tomes, that's in the Spired Clefts.
Bindor's
Uh,
books and...
I'll type it out.
Yeah. Thank you. I am quite illiterate.
Yeah. And the blacksmith
Well,
is.
at least
let
you're
me
in
s-
character.
Yeah, that's why you can't read, because I can't
Oof.
read.
Solder Hands Smithy.
Fucking scrub Lord Smith.
Right. Well, which one does he find first?
Depends which one you want to find first.
Well, I guess I said that I was looking for a smithy most, so...
Okay. So, you are directed towards the edge of the upper town, this residential area of Cliffspire. Making your way through the almost kind of labyrinthine networks of alleys and streets, but you always find yourself venturing upwards, climbing through steep streets, networks of stairs. It's a bit like how San Francisco has streets which kind of lead up and down, but here they only go up in varying levels, all leading up to more expansive and more wealthier areas of town. The buildings here are larger, made of brick and mortar rather than wood. Kind of certain walled-off estates with iron gates. Some of them have their own guards. There's also certain Gothic elements which are beginning to show. There you go.
Oh, fuck, I'm way too zoomed in for this. Ah, nice. Cozy. Oh,
Oh, hang on. It's very loud.
No, that's good. That's fine. It's normal volume.
Yeah, no.
Everything's super quiet normally.
yeah,
There we go.
this is good. And like I've been saying, it's better that it's too loud because then we can turn it down.
Yeah, I
Ourselves.
mean, I had it at maximum. So barely.
Yeah. Also because, like, you know, it's a bustling street.
Yeah, yeah.
It's active.
So, you join a main street that funnels you through heavy foot traffic towards a large overlook at the edge of a cliff, like a courtyard, almost kind of fenced off by tall wrought iron, and you venture through. This is you're being directed here towards the towards the large elevator that you saw approaching the city. The courtyard here is about 100 by 100 feet. It's quite large. You can see numbers of large crates stacked up in storage areas, massive heavy steel reinforced crates which kind of loom overhead, cranes even which loom overhead. And in the centre of this courtyard is an enormous machine housing a series of clunking gears attached to a sort of pulley system. The pulley system, it kind of pulls on these thick iron chains. The slow whirring kind of dwarving machinery you can feel through your feet as it rumbles to the ground.
Spooky.
There's an entourage of guards also standing by to keep the order and the peace around such a seemingly important location in the town. And you see a queue of about 40 or so people and about 20 horse and ram-drawn carts forming before a series of gates in the centre of the courtyard here. You see a large human man, both in stature and just sheer girth, kind of dressed in heavy leathers and dirt-stained apron, manning an incredibly large series of levers. He leans over near what looks like the end of a long speaking tube near the levers, wide horn-like protrusion on the end. And he kind of listens in for a moment. And then he yells out, 5 minutes until hoist up! 5 minutes until hoist up!
He's gonna curiously glance at all this bullshit. All these weird human top dweller shenanigans. And, well, he's gonna make his way, well, still like glancing at all of this. A little bit overwhelmed. And he's gonna make his way towards the, or into the forge, or the smithy. Is it like an indoors thing, or is it more of a...
You're not even at the smithy there.
Oh, yeah, I'm not there yet.
You are at the top of what looks like the large elevator here. You kind of venture over to the side of the courtyard over towards the overlook, and you can see quite a ways down at the very bottom of this cliff what looks like the main industrial centre of town, the foot drifts. So this would be the elevator that probably takes supplies and people up and down to the top, up and down to the top and bottom of the cliff here.
But I assume that the smithy would be down there, or is it up where he is?
You were directed towards the foot drifts, towards Solderhand Smithy, which is in the foot drifts.
Right, but is the foot drift down there, or is it up there where he is?
The foot drifts is at the base of the cliff.
Right.
Down at the bottom of the elevator.
Right. So he will then get in the elevator, and not quite sure what this strange thing is.
The elevator is not open yet.
Ah, right. It's getting open. Right.
Yeah, you can see the queue to get in. It's very You look at all the other faces here. You can see there's a few taps on the shoulders to get others to kind of look over towards you. You get a few suspicious looks, but none that feel it's much of a not much of a nuisance to approach. It's like morning commute to work atmosphere here.
How's the temperature? How cold is it?
Fairly cold. You kind of oversee the foot drifts here, which are also part of what looks like a ship construction yard, and then further on there's the harbour. You are overseeing the ICCs right here.
Is there like a lot of ice floating around in it, or
quite a lot of ice? It's probably where the foot drifts gets its name from, with all the icy kind of drifts of slab. The ice flows here.
Okay.
You gather this entire lower portion of the city you are looking over. It's probably built on a series of large kind of networks of stone, like stilts, kind of buried deep into the icy waters here. A bit like imagine Lake Town from The Hobbit, but with a lot more industry.
Yeah,
Nice.
and more stone, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not quite like what's that place called in Italy?
Not quite Venice. No.
Yeah, it's not Venice.
Not quite
it's,
Venice.
It's like above the water rather than in the water.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, some portions would be like Venice, others would be like Lake Town.
Right.
So, while you are waiting for the elevator, what are the rest of you guys doing?
Yeah.
Well, I'll slip back into the room that me and Zhao slept in. Return her, jacket that she had lent me before paying off on my own into the town. And then from there, probably either find a general store or a, library, whichever comes first.
Okay. To make your way out of the inn, make a charisma check.
Charisma. 14.
Charisma. 14. Let's see here. So you make your way out. You are asking around. You don't get much information about a books any sort of library or bookstore. However, you do get directed towards a place called for the general store here. You get directed towards a place called Nindorf's Knickknacks, which is at the Foot Drifts.
Indoors knickknacks.
I'll type it.
Like your nickname.
Yes.
There you go.
Okay then.
Nindorf's
Yeah, like-
Knickknacks. You are also warned about his somewhat unstable demeanor.
Unstable how?
You inquire, and you don't get much else beyond that with a 14.
Huh. Okay then. I'll head to the store, seeing as that's really the only place that has been told to me.
Okay. So weaving your way through the streets and upper kind of stairways of Cliffspire, you get this entire town is built in an upward direction. So you're constantly kind of well, by the time you meet Grunker in the middle of the queue here, your feet ache.
Grunker?
Shh.
I mean... Hobbit person?
Yeah.
What are you doing up here? Grunko Swaggins, that's your name.
Not Gobos wagons.
Gobbo Swaggins.
Goblo.
Gobble, yeah, that's it. Gobos wagons.
Grunk is kinda I'm looking for a smith and a bookshop. Kinda really trying to sound not as little as a goblin as he can.
No, I'm also kind of looking for a bookstore and or a library. I haven't had any luck. Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, where is it?
In the shit.
Shit, oh no.
That's not a good place to keep a bookstore.
In the spidered cliffs.
Oh,
Bin Brandorf's Book and Tome.
ah. Would you like me to accompany you there? I mean,
Sure.
Alright then. Only just because I don't feel like dealing with the crazy book owner. Not book owner, store owner. Anywho, shall we?
Kind of points over at the lift that I assume it's not completely
Not
ready
quite.
yet.
Not quite. The gates are still closed.
Yeah. Just kind of pointed at and kind of waves his hands. Or one of his hands. And it's just like, meh. Gotta wait.
Oh,
You do
how
recall,
long have you been
Grunker.
waiting?
You do recall, Grunker, that the bookstore was in the spired clefts, and this elevator leads you down to the foot drifts.
Yeah. Well, gonna go to a smith first.
Oh. Well, as a smith, there's bound to be someone who works with cloths and leathers. So I'll still come with you.
Okay.
Leathers probably.
So, while you two
Leather
are waiting,
and-
oh, go ahead.
Just mumbling to herself. So continue.
Okay. So, while you two are still waiting for the elevator here, what are the rest of you guys doing?
Do you want to go first, Duck?
Sure. Sao is learning her newfound double, how it works and such, and then she's gonna tinker a bit, i.e., finish the working parts of her little invention.
Okay.
So she'll be out of commission for maybe the next in-game hour or so.
Alright then. Okay. So, you said, Vellum, you wanted to go and check out a general store? Was that it?
Yep.
Okay.
General store because pawn shops don't exist.
Alright. Okay, so I will say you kind of go along with you follow Nero along the way as well, and eventually Grunker and Nero, you both see Sable catch up. No, Vellum, sorry. You see.
It's okay.
So many names. You see.
Someday you will all learn.
Yes. You see Vellum catch up with you and kind of join the queue.
I mean, it's also because the way you have your name in.
Yeah, I know. I should switch that because everyone does it backwards.
Yeah. Oh, Vellum, are you also painted the blacksmith?
Just sort of looks at her, waiting for it to click. Why would I be looking for a blacksmith?
I don't know. That's the only thing I know where this lift goes to.
I'm looking for a general store. Why
Oh,
would I need a blacksmith? I am a blacksmith.
to get the ingots for your smithing?
You're thinking of a metallurgist.
I have no idea what that is.
Never mind. I can't get any metal until I get some spending money, so the whole cost of some of my old gear.
Well, I do know of a place, Nindorf's Knickknacks.
Where's that?
It's a general store up, and I give him the directions that were given me. And people say that he's a little crazy, but they won't tell me how so. So do tell me when you meet him.
Yeah, alright. Jenner,
Yes.
is that, do I need to go up the lift to get to that, or is that on this
The from talking amongst each other, you gather that that the foot drifts are where most of the business and industry happens in the city.
Right. So I would need to head up there.
Yeah, you would need to head down the lift to the foot drifts.
Right, how long is this going to take then?
Okay, how long have you been waiting?
Oh, Janie, how long have I been waiting?
Oh, you guys have been here for the best part of 6 minutes. You gather from the lateness of this of the lift here. It's probably a regular thing that happens, much like late trains on morning commutes to work.
Oh fuck, we'll be here for hours then.
So, what are so just going to Xiaoyun. She's working on her thing. Balthazar and Siren, what are you two doing?
Trying to get out the bath. Just stuck.
No, sorry, got out of the bath. Oh, people down.
Fido's.
Welcome back. Yeah, it's Blacksmith's job. But,
Yeah.
Saren has gotten dressed in warmth, like, wrapping herself in warm clothes because it's fucking snowing
Hold on.
outside.
I have to show the stream this image.
The bath one?
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Hang on. Perfect. I love it. Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, so yeah, warm clothes, just like bundled up. She is going to go down and she wants to look at what there's available for food.
Okay.
To kind of just determine whether or not it's worth spending money to eat here, because the accommodations don't quite meet her expectations. But maybe
Okay.
the food is different.
So there
That's
is the
standards.
so there is the meat platter, which is pretty it's more common folk food. It's 6 silver pieces, which is consisting of like what Gronga had, elk, goat, and deer. There is the soup of the day, which is 5 silver pieces. It doesn't give you exact details on what's in the soup. But there is also the buttered northern striped lobster with fresh bread and scallops. This isn't just any old lobster. This is M&S lobster.
Posh.
Posh.
The upper middle classes, if anything.
Yes.
Hmm.
Well, the middle classes is probably the highest class there is available in the upper town.
Where is? How much would the lobster be?
That'll be 8 silver pieces.
Hmm. Fine.
Okay.
No, yeah, she'll eat that because
Alright.
it's better to do this and then wander around on a hungry stomach while looking for a better place.
So
to
it's not the highest class food you've had spending most of your life in the dominion of indulgence. It's but it's suitable for your higher class taste. And it does fill you up quite nicely.
Balthazar will come down a short time later, decking himself out as nicely as he can with all of his fancy things. As he's trying to be as extravagant as possible, while also visibly appearing as disappointed as possible.
Can't balance it out.
He's just gonna make his way down and just see Siren with your meal. Gonna look at it. Is it passable?
Cat, go away.
Sorry, what was
Oh, no,
that? There's a
shut
cat.
Hang on.
Innkeeper's
I'm
cat.
gonna kick the bloody cat out.
Why does it that every inn has a cat? Is it for the mice?
Yeah.
But how would that explain all the mice? She points.
It's shit.
Maybe the cat doesn't hunt well in a tilted world.
Maybe.
Right. Okay.
Speaking of tilted, and as much as I am, how was the food?
It's okay. I've had to spice things up a bit with magic. Prestidigitation that lets you add
Nice.
spices.
Does it actually
Nuts.
do that?
Too promising.
It lets you. Let's see. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, it used to be. Maybe I'm thinking thaumaturgy. I have that too. There he goes. You can chill, warm, or flavor up to 1 cubic foot of non-living material for
Oh,
1 hour.
okay. So yeah.
So yeah, like
Razzle
Like-
dazzle.
yeah, reminds me of home.
Magical
Using
salt.
like
Everything's spicy and tastes reminiscent of sulfur.
yeah, home.
Just like home.
Just like oh.
But no, yeah, she's like this is something she does with somewhat regularity. Just adding a flavor of spice, like that are Ragnarok kind of exclusive.
Like sulfur.
No,
He'll smell it.
that is sulfur.
Just let out a long sigh.
Yeah.
It don't make it like it used to.
The raw lobster, the plus with the scallops and the bread and the what spices they do put on there, it's relatively bland compared to what you're used to.
Yeah. Basically, I'm imagining Siren is making it all Cajun. Like she's
Yeah.
adding a lot of different spices and stuff in there.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah.
Yeah, a
Along
good
with
flavor
the,
profile.
with the fire. Reminiscent.
So, it's, it's not home, but given that I might not ever go back there, it's what I can have.
Yes. Yes. We have our little memories, but we should at least try to make more in this moment. Do you have any plans for the day?
Well, I was going to ask after those missing children. As much as I don't care, it's something that we can at least put forth to show effort that we are reliable individuals in this town. Most people will be very thankful for the fact that a group of adventurers, particularly ones that are well known and wow, what's the word I'm looking for? Fucking.
Renowned.
Oh no, it's not that. It's when you have someone give you money and support. Sponsored. Especially when sponsored by another city-state to show our capabilities. They will generally be a lot more welcoming and accommodating.
This is true. If we can manage this, it would be a wonderful movement from the Black Hand. It would let us, how should I say, further our interests.
Expand our influence.
Very much so.
Mm-hmm. And I was
But-
thinking...
Huh?
Oh, continue. No, it's all fine. Continue.
I was just merely curious that, what has happened to us. He's just gonna tilt his head slightly to the side, a little more tilted than it already is in this building, and gesture to his neck. There might be the possibility that there are no children to recover.
Well, if that is the case, then at least we will give them, what's that thing?
Closure.
Yeah, there you go. She thanks a passing by waitress.
Sorry. I thought you were asking out of character.
No, that's fine.
That waitress went to school.
And she
I like
only
her.
is a waitress.
It'll
If
at
only
least
she
give
was
them-
pretty.
Yeah. And we would have
It's
been
sort of
even more
looks
like
like a strawberry, you know?
But yes, and we can at least afford them some closure, so they know what happened to their children. And I'm not assuming that we'll save all of them, but save enough, and they'll like to reward. But I was also thinking,
There might be rewards in its own, just doing this. He's gonna lean in and kind of speak softly. Not all children might have a home to go back to.
oh, I thought you meant just for altruism. Like, no, not altruism, but yes, for children. I was thinking that perhaps, given what we are capable of and what we can do for the city, that we might start recruiting for the Black Hand. I know it is relatively still fresh, not a month past, but I think we need to start consolidating our power.
I agree. I had intentions to see some officials today. I thought that I might be able to, first, meet with some guild official, set up a proper base for trade, make proper connections. Erudite is worth quite a lot to my companion down in, let's see, Ruvenholm. They do work there. If I can secure connections, it would be very beneficial, you could say, for our finances. Second, I wanted to see a guard, some representative, legal authority, about recruitment. I'm sure there's a few too many people. Caverns, they wouldn't mind finding work.
Definitely have our pick of the litter. But we
Very
also
true.
need to at least weed out what we can. And the biggest thing is, whilst we might be recruiting, we also need to have a means of we'll be having this rabble follow us in our adventure, just a retinue trailing behind us as we travel, or will we send them to a place that they can remain until we can return and train them? Because, in being pragmatic, we can only carry and sustain so few that follow us.
This is true. Unless we start taking on high risk and high reward jobs, it will be difficult for us to feed many mouths. This is why I'm looking for trade routes and building up a mercantile influence. Something to sustain our ventures until we can, I don't want to say be worth, but be acknowledged for higher pay. You remember the times where we went close to going hungry because work was scarce. I would like to avoid that.
The same. I don't like the taste of boiled leather.
No.
So, what shall we do first? Shall we ask after the children, or shall we go try to peddle some political influence?
I think we should do... It's difficult because either way one would play into the other. If we go for the children first, we would have a greater influence as heroes. But if we establish some sort of political influence, we might gain more information. I think if we try to lever what we have now, see some sort of lesser noble, anyone we can, they might be able to give us a lead. From there, we might be more efficient in getting these children. We might be able to have it fall back again. Be another instance of us being heroic and appealing to the nobles.
Although I know... I guess we should ask after where... Would it be better to have... I find this all very annoying. The lobster's good, but this is all very annoying. Let's ask after the...
Not hungry.
Are you sure? And she's gonna like get a fork full and just kind of like offer it.
No, I have other things on my mind.
Okay. Alright, let's ask after what political parties we can, see if we can get the guard involved. Because if anything, particularly involving children, the parents are gonna cause quite a stir amongst those that they would rely on to get them back, so the guard will probably have heard quite a bit about this. And also,
be
at some
good.
point in time, I need to stop by a library to see what I can find.
I do. To do some research. Do you know much about transmutation?
Changing one thing to another? Yes. Why?
When I was talking to Sao Yun, and she found that her magics could not fix my tent, I figured it would be the best school of thought to investigate to see if there's anything that could repair something so overwhelmingly destroyed. You know.
Nothing comes to mind, though. I don't know. I know she has that mending spell, but I think it's more of a all or nothing sort of thing. You can't piecemeal it through. Though I know there's also, I'm sure, some high quality textile workers or weavers that would be able to repair it to the point where you couldn't even tell the difference. Probably not here, but in a better city.
I don't know if I have that option. If we were to travel away from this place, enough of us could fit in the cart, and those left outside in the snow freeze.
Then, for just the usage in and of itself, perhaps, she puts her hand on his shoulder, perhaps you can let it slide for a moment that you might not have the perfect tent, but a functional one.
Some things stay. Fine.
And I know it meant a lot to you, Balthazar. I know it still does. I was there alongside you, like you were in that tent, and always the bright point of color that stood out amongst everyone else in the Black Hand, but you still have it. It is still yours. It might not be quite as magnificent as before, but it's better to have it than to not have it at all. Do you not agree?
I do not know. I really do not know right now. I have a lot of things on my mind, and
I know.
it is hard to... I won't bother you with this triviality.
Balthazar, you
We
are
should
not
go.
triviality. You are a man you are a demon I consider my brother. That's not a trivial thing, your woes. Especially not to me. But I can see that this isn't something you wish to go on about, so... And she pushes her finished lobster because she was eating this entire time. So let's go try to find some... Do you happen to know where everyone else went? Because we obviously were the last one down. Everyone seems to be gone. Except Sal, but she was doing something weird in her room. I don't like it.
When he was yelling at us through the walls, while I was still bathing, I heard... someone was talking about going up for a smith, or library itself. You could search around there.
Okay. Well, if they're going to the library, we might as well do our research first. So let's
Very true.
do that. They're gonna go out and be charismatic assholes to find the library.
Okay, make a charisma check as you walk out the inn.
All right. Straight.
Why, yes,
charisma.
hello. Look at me as I'm wearing more wealth in my clothes than your entire house is worth. Where can I find a book?
So either both of you make a charisma check or one with advantage.
Is it okay if I do it with advantage, since I think technically my charisma's higher than yours?
Go for it. I'll just
How-
be the pompous-looking asshole.
Are you serious? 2-2? Wow.
Give me a book.
Well,
Are you fucking serious? Can
Yeah.
can I also a quick question. For instead of just straight charisma, can it possibly just be can we also just do persuasion checks because we're trying to persuade people to tell us shit? Like to get information from people? Because that would make those 15s instead of 7s.
Honestly, I think we should just, keep it as is and just roll with it for now.
That's an
No,
interesting...
yeah, I'm fine with rolling for now. It's just in the
How
future.
about we just get fucking lost?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Let's
So
just
funny
get lost. Oh, you want a book? You want to go that way? And
Yeah.
some dumb fucker doesn't know what a book is and sends
some-
us to a brook?
most
Or he does
most
it on purpose.
most everyone here is put off by your demonic aspects, and most of them just seem to direct you just any which place, just to either brush you off because they're scared, or they just don't want to deal with you, and you end up down some alleyway in bumfuck knows nowhere.
Okay. So upon I don't know, the second or third time this happens, Siren's gonna start getting really angry. And can the next person she manages to stop or see, can she roll an intimidation check to have them tell?
Sure, I'll allow it.
Okay.
Because no one likes getting lost in some strange city.
Are you fucking serious?
Tell me what this bookstore is, I'll get you. Oh my.
I choked on my fucking sandwich.
Just Siren holds out a hand. Where is the library? I swear I will suck you so hard. Sister, no, phrasing. It's down this alleyway, mate. Yeah, here, follow me, lads.
Sure, let's just go with that.
And that's when the bodies start stacking.
And after realizing this isn't going to happen, this young lad, he kind of awkwardly just he awkwardly kind of starts speed walking off as your death stare kind of overtakes his sorry, go ahead.
Siren contemplates whether or not she can kill him without anybody noticing.
Yeah. And
He's gonna,
he
he's
just
gonna rest a hand on her shoulder.
She is shaking
Like
with
this. You know. Fuck it.
just one. I can
Let's
kill
just
one.
go to the highest point of the city. I look like I belong there. You look like you belong there. Let's get anything nicer than what we've experienced. I don't want to be with the Lord right now. Maybe something nice like a library will be in the high part of the city.
I'm going to
If
kill
it's
one of
not-
them.
If it's not, we can go back to the lower part of the city and solve the population problem. For now,
Okay.
let's just go blow off some fucking
Oh,
steam.
So
Because-
angry.
because that was such a great series of events, Siren. I'll give you inspiration for that. That was brilliant.
Just for the comedic effect.
Yeah. Just the two low rolls and then the natural one. That was brilliant.
Rolled 2 2s and then a 1.
Yeah.
Because fuck me.
Yeah. So funny that you rolled so bad and Gronka rolled so good.
Leading down an alleyway.
Yeah, when the guy started unbuckling like his pants, and Siren's eyes just go wide, and she lifts up a hand and just like eldritch flames, like cold blue flames, just like coming from. Just like, are you sure you don't want to reconsider this? God damn.
You
Okay.
you watch him run off with his pants around his
all
legs.
of Balthazar's falling behind in a pimp coat. No wonder everyone kept pointing us in an alleyway.
Okay, so I will say Balthazar, make a sure, make a persuasion check, because I suppose that does make more sense. Just to
Okay.
get a sense of where said library would be.
First,
Oh,
I'm gonna look around, and I know it's gonna be really difficult, but before I do that persuasion, I want to specifically. I'm not gonna go crazy in depth, but I want to find somebody who looks like they at least know how to read.
Sure, make a perception check, or rather, make make an insight check,
All right.
because I think that makes more sense.
Yep. 2 2s, a 1, and a 4. We got this.
Most everyone here looks to be on the either lower class or just working class people here.
We're in the wrong part of the city.
I mean, if we kill enough of them, it'll eventually become the right part of the city, right?
Agreed.
Well,
Not yet.
you can also make that persuasion check. You like.
Is there a visible guard nearby? Just like not have to look for. He's just like a guard anywhere in plain sight.
There is a guard across the other end of the street, and he's just been watching this whole debacle take place.
He thinks we're a pimp and a whore.
And he's giving you this mixed look of confusion, this mixed look of confusion, disgust, and sort of like, what the fuck?
Not every day you see two demons have
Yeah,
a guy
yeah, yeah.
down an alleyway and just have the guy walk fastly by.
You figured just the sight of this, you've made this guard's day.
Balthazar is just going to rub his temples, take a deep breath, roll his head, try and get it untilted, lick his fingertips, push the spines of his brow up to look nice. Okay. Walk up to the guard.
Can I help you?
Yes. Yes, you may. I have business in the upper cities.
What, you mean the
I'm
spider
here
cliffs?
to- Yes. I am here to do trade. I am sent from the Dwarven merchants, Lord Markney. I need to find a library. The Merchants Guild. Can direct me to that. I also need to speak to your boss, please. So, can talk about caravan protection.
You want to speak to
Will
Captain
you take me there if I pay you a gold coin? I'm just gonna throw one of these out.
There's a moment of pause, and he says, he kind of outstretches an open palm, looks both ends of the streets to see if anyone's watching. Sure, I can take you there.
Fantastic. And down goes the coin.
Okay, so just mark off 1 gold.
Oh yeah.
And he unbuckles his belt and
Okay. And suddenly Balthazar walks out dressed in guard armor.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. It was too good.
The kettle hat kind of bends around his horns a bit.
Just hanging from one of the horn tips.
Yeah, yeah.
Ceremonial.
Okay, so right.
It's been gold so
To
far.
go, we will pan back to the others now.
Yeah.
Nero's just rocking back and forth. This is taking a really long time.
How long would we have been waiting by this point?
About 10 minutes.
Yeah, because y'all were wandering the city before you got to the elevator.
Yeah, yeah. And,
Apparently, I followed Nero, so.
you can see the large man that you saw before begins to kind of pulls a chain kind of located above him, and you hear this loud steam whistle go off overhead. And there's this bloody hell, where was I? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, you see this steam whistle go overhead, and he starts to pull some of the levers one after the other.
Are
Uh,
steam whistles like that common, or are they like a strange oddity?
They're fairly common in this city,
I
especially
mean,
when
in
it,
general, because again, foreign.
well, when it comes to dwarven ingenuity, they are fairly common. Most because you know this, you're pretty savvy with both metallurgy, kind of metalworking, and certain machinations of the levels of technology of some civilizations.
I've probably
not-
heard stories.
Yeah, not as familiar as Saoyun, but
Yeah, definitely not.
this is more kind of primitive end of the industrial revolution type technology, with mostly with steam.
Well, he's gonna jump with a start then. What the fuck was that?
I think it was that weird metal tube up there.
Would Grunka know what it is? Like, is it something goblins would use?
It's goblins haven't gotten to using steam technology yet, but they are familiar with
I should hope not.
with you know ramshackle pulleys, levers, and all that kind of stuff.
They probably just have a goblin that screams really loud.
Yeah.
Bash his toes and he goes. "Hey!"
You all see the huge cogs above the centre of the courtyard begin to whir and clunk in their apparatus, and the one next to this toothed pulley, kind of holding the chain, slides forward, interlocking with it, and then causing the pulley system to spring to life. The chains pull taut, and it starts coiling. Eventually, after a good 10 minutes or so, there's this loud slamming of wood when stone which kind of rumbles through the ground, and the gates are opened by a guardsman. And the cube of people starts. It begins to filter into the platform. You see individuals kind of rummaging through their coin purses, pulling out silver pieces. Up ahead.
Oh, fuck.
There's looks to be a box by the open gate in which people are putting single silver pieces into, and they're flanked by 2 guards.
Oh, what a rip-off! You gotta pay. This is the only way up there. How the fuck are you supposed to get up there otherwise?
Climb.
Being
Are
poor.
there stairs? Can I use the stairs?
Flying, I guess.
Make a perception check.
Oh fuck! If I'd known that there were gonna be stairs, I would have looked sooner.
It's the same.
You look around. There are no stairs.
Ah. Well, bye guys. Have fun.
Where are you going?
I was out of character.
Oh.
I have 3 copper. I don't even have enough to go up to sell the shit I want to get money for.
Casually
gonna-
slips Vellum a silver coin.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll let it slide. It's a bit meta, but
10 minutes
wouldn't.
until drop. 10 minutes until drop.
In we go.
I'll pay you
Well, at
back.
least I go.
Yeah.
Pay you back what I've done, Neil.
You don't have to.
Begrudgingly accepts it. And goes.
Yeah. Gonna
Okay.
get this as well.
We
So
all-
does Neil.
Each of you put single silver coin into the box. So just
Yep.
mark off a silver for each of you, or
Mhm.
or 2 for Nero.
2 for Neil.
Ah, mean. Ah, man, only 577 and 5 silver left.
And
Lovely.
you do eventually come to the front of the queue. There's a gate before you, and the iron fence around a large, thick steel reinforced platform, about 30 feet by 30 feet. Crowds of people already gathered on the platform. The smell is this combined stench of metallic iron, sea salt, and sweat, as you were all squeezed in tight, shoulder to shoulder with merchants, blacksmiths, traders, all manner of regular people looking to either buy the day's meal or other goods and supplies. The guard closes the iron gates shut and kind of latches it. There's another loud whistle of steam. The iron chains begin to clank to life, and the elevator unlatches and begins its slow, gradual descent.
So many knees.
Yes, you see nothing but legs, Grunker and Nero.
It's a good thing you're focusing on the knees. Keep your eyes down.
I mean, it's not like there's any skirts and it's like sub-zero weather.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah,
There are a few skirts, but long, long down to the feet.
Yeah, like
I think those are called
dresses.
dresses.
Sorry, dresses.
they're-
Yes,
yeah.
my bad. So you see this entire elevator way has been kind of carved into the cliffside in a single long square shaft down. There's a moment where you're all kind of plunged into darkness. Then one side of the shaft kind of opens up to light, faced towards the sea. As you progress downwards, you can see Vellum. You see over the tops of the crowd's heads on the elevator. The open side is just layers and layers of scaffolding, wooden shacks built on top of one another, connected by ramparts, walkways, wooden catwalks, balconies. This is probably the shanty town you saw built up the side of the cliff as you approached the town. This would be the mid reaches.
All right.
The elevator comes to a stop. The gate opens, and you see before you a gathered crowd of shabbily dressed common folk. This is likely the stop for the mid reaches. A number of people get off, and another number of people come back on. Each of them reluctantly paying the toll fee.
Wait, you have to pay to get on and off?
No, you have to pay. Yep, you have to pay to get on.
Yeah,
Right.
we only saw people reaching for their wallets and purses just to have it ready. Didn't actually see any money change hands.
Yeah.
A moment passes as everyone's finished filtering on, packing you in tighter than you were before. Before a guard stationed there kind of closes the gate, shouts into a nearby pipe, and the elevator clunks once again, and further down the cliff you go. And a little while goes by, about 10 minutes before you are all plunged into darkness once more, and the elevator comes to a gradual stop, and the ground shakes a little bit. You see beyond you the light of a tunnel kind of bored into the rock. Again, 2 more guards manned at this station who open up the gates, and like morning rush hour, the whole crowd begins to shift and move in that direction.
Cool. Well, we're off, I guess. Just gonna
Yes.
follow the flow of the crowd until it peters out.
Okay.
You know, basically has to swim through knees to get out.
Yep.
Eh? So many knees.
I probably lost sight of them at this point.
You don't know where they are. Actually, make a perception check. No, you don't know where they are.
Do we know where he is?
Make a perception check. You do see the very distinctive white kind of bottom of the coat of Vellum.
You see
I'm-
the glistening abs.
This way, Grunka. And
Follow
I-
the glistening abs.
He doesn't have his abs out, he's wearing armor, remember.
Nah,
I lead
see
Grunka
through.
to Velm and proceed to jump on him.
What,
It's me!
luckily I don't fall over. I'm just gonna keep going because I'm kind of being pushed by a crowd at this point, I think.
Okay. So, the tunnel opens up eventually into the second half of town. The foot drifts. Smell of salty air, industry, and smoke fills your nostrils, and the racket of the shipyard the shipyard's building new vessels, shouting merchants, the chatter of countless shopkeepers, and bartering and other individuals of out shopping fills your ears. Your shoulders are occasionally bumped by passing foot traffic. In the distance, you can see, built amidst the shanty towns you just passed down, almost like small citadels in and of themselves. Dwarven factories billowing out smoke and steam. You're all filtered across a single bridge.
These
They,
floors do love their single bridges.
through an open gatehouse. You find yourselves amidst the bustling crowds of the foot drifts.
I like to fucking work here. Gotta wait for ages to get on a thing that makes a lot of noise. Gotta pay to get up every time. Fuck that. Right, I'm off. He's sort of looking down to Nero, who is probably still attached to his leg.
Cheers.
You let go now. Hello?
She continuously holds on.
You okay, Nick Nick? Hello.
I think
Hey,
You're muted.
it went BRB.
Alright,
Oh,
okay.
Get you read chat.
Let's just assume that Nero let go.
Okay. So Nero kind of hops off and begins to walk alongside you, holding tightly onto your robe. Just letting you guide her through all this busy thoroughfare.
I'm assuming Grunker and Nero are sticking with Vellum then. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he knows where he's going.
Ah, well, he can just go off then if he wants, but I was wondering what was going on with them. I know we gotta wait for Nick Nack to get back to...
Yeah. Well, Greco's gonna go to the forge
Okay.
or the Smurfy.
So, following the directions you come to, following the directions you remember, you are eventually directed towards Solderhand Smithy.
Yeah. Smurfy. Right.
Yeah,
Finally.
such a raucous smith.
It's very open.
You see working at the forge a fairly rotund-looking dwarven gentleman. Very thick, thick, long, kind of beautiful beard that sort of almost trails down to his toes. It's red in coloration, kind of interwoven with all sorts of iron jewelry bits, lots of small chains.
It's very dangerous working in a forge.
You see it, from the way he forges, he seems to acknowledge that. From the small bits of burnt tufts of beard, you can probably tell that he's already had experience with that.
And pride goes before everything, I guess. Right. Does he see that Gronka enters his humble shop?
He's got you back. He's back to you right now.
Well. I guess it's gonna like fucking what's it called? Clear his throat a bit. Hello?
He stops hammering for a moment, and then he turns around. All right, what can I do for you?
Grunga's both gonna. Let's see. It's gonna. I would like a
As you're talking, he sort of leans down a little bit. You can see his already beady eyes, very kind of slimming at your presence.
Grunka will meet his gaze with his very big eyes.
Did you want something?
Yeah.
Well, spit it out. I'm a busy man.
Yeah. Javelins. Handful.
Right, hang on.
Also, does he have anything like interesting that he can see?
Make a perception check.
Right, let's see. No.
Nope. You are too distracted by his glorious beard.
Also, the hood is like, you know, those flaps you put on a horse, so you can't see.
Yeah.
Blinders, that's what they're called.
That's it. I was thinking of the same thing. Right. He says, simple enough to do. I've got a few javelins on sale over there. And he kind of points over the way. You see a cluster of about 10 or so javelins, kind of holstered up onto the wall.
Grenka's gonna grab like, how many do we say he could carry again? I have one left. So I would basically take as many as I could.
I think it was 5. Was it? I'm not. I'm not sure. 5 or 6. Okay, so take it. So you take about 5 more javelins for your collection then.
Yeah. Let's see. There's my javelins.
Right, that'll cost you about 5 silver pieces per javelin.
Aye. Let's see, per javelin, so that's 5. That's like 2 gold and 5 silver, right?
I think 1, 2. Yeah, that'll be.
Because each gold is 10 silver.
2 gold, 5 silver.
I'm back.
Welcome back. So yeah.
What I miss?
So hand over 2 gold, so mark off 2 gold and 5 silver.
Yep.
And he sends you off with 5 more javelins.
Yeah.
Unless
I think
you
that's-
want to buy anything else.
Hmm. I don't really like have anything that I need because I don't use armor. I have weapons out the ass. I have five weapons.
Not counting the amount of javelins.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah. Swiss Army Grunker.
yeah, I mean, I have 5 weapons with the javelins: hammer, axe, staff, club, and javelins. Yeah, I think that's it. Can't think of anything right now, at least,
Okay.
that I would need.
So
yeah, I think that's it. I'm gonna continue off to the bookshop.
okay. Neril and Vellum, what are you two doing?
I'm mostly following Grunk around until I either find the bookstore we're going to or a cloth shop.
Cloth
Like, I
shop.
don't know what to call it.
Like a tailor or raw
Just
cloth?
someone who handles cloth and like can make things for commission.
So a tailor.
Yep,
Yes,
Taylor.
not necessarily clothing, but that's good.
Tailors usually handles things like that unless it's like hats or something specific, I think.
Okay. I will say
Okay.
for the clothier, I think that's what it's called. Make a persuasion check as you're asking around.
Persuasion 18.
Right. So you are eventually directed towards a place called Tiny's Textiles.
Chinese textiles.
I will type that in chat.
Right?
With those directions in mind, you quite easily kind of weave your way through the streets because you are so small. You can quite easily avoid most of the foot traffic.
Yay.
And with that,
So,
you come upon a very small shack, almost kind of sandwiched in between two larger shops. You would imagine that that Vellum would have to duck in order to get in.
The question is Neril going along the same direction as Vellum, or is Vellum going elsewhere because he's going to a different store?
Depends what you both want to do.
Vellum is heading for that knick-knack shop that Neril
Okay.
directed him.
So go back to Neril here. Yeah, you see the small shop, sandwiched in between two larger buildings, named Tiny's Textiles.
head in.
Okay. You open the door. Ding! You find yourself amidst reams and reams of these very high quality silks, exotic damask from lands far away. It's hard to tell what type of material is not here. You can see it's all twisted around in these large kind of rolls that's set up against the walls here, kind of just barely scraping the ceiling because this place is so small.
Huh.
You don't see anyone at
So-
the counter though.
Is it like a bell to ring or something?
There's a bell, yes.
I lightly ding it. Ding!
So you jump up onto the counter because you are so small, and you ting. and someone else jumps up as well.
Ah,
You see before you a kind of rich blue-hued kobold. Look, very finely dressed, silken garb, down to the ankles. It's kind of tinted with golden embroideries. You can see large spectacles which seem to magnify his eyes tenfold. And he says,
what does
sorry,
he say?
Crone's being an arsehole.
Ah,
And he says, "Hello, can I help you?
hello, yes,
You want to trade?
I'm-
You want to trade clothes?
not quite, I was actually...
Silks, damics, textiles?
Yes, I was hoping to, hopefully get a commission job from...
A commission, I can do that, yep.
I just...
You can
need to know,
rely on
do
me,
you-
Tiny.
Oh.
And you notice he is quite a bit shorter than you. He stands about he stands about shoulder to you. Head to
Jill
shoulder.
is very unnerved. She is not used to seeing anything smaller than her.
You gather though that this is probably because of his hunch.
Okay. That makes sense. You happen to, work with tents?
Tents, I do clothes here, not tents.
Oh, sorry. Do you happen to know a place where I could get a commission for a tent?
No.
Oh, sorry,
You can see you can see the way he moves. His head kind of twitches this way, kind of to the side and to the other side. His eyes very much kind of bulging out. Almost like a chameleon. They move independently of one another. And as he moves his head to one side, kind of his closest eye moves towards you, kind of trying to get a better look. His head moves to the other side. The other eye does the same. He moves very erratically. You gather probably a different species of kobold altogether.
I've never seen a kobold like you before.
I get that a lot.
Like, you a different kind, or do you just have a extremely nervous twitch?
Some tell me I'm going extremely nervous, yeah.
Well, sorry to, bother you. I was hoping to get custom tent made, but seeing as you don't make those, sorry.
Same luck next time, I guess.
Yeah.
However,
come-
if you're looking for fine clothing, you know where to find me.
Alright, I'll keep you in mind. And with that, Neil will hop off the counter and leave the store. Huh. What an odd fellow.
Okay.
So just just out of curiosity, was that the Siskin cast kobolds as opposed to Nero Zorskin?
Yeah.
Or is that just another type of like, or is he just weird?
Just weird.
The Siskin and Zorskin casts aren't. They're not different species. There are many different types of species of kobold.
Okay, gotcha.
So it's
It just
It's more
it just
dependent on lineage, I guess.
yes, more dependent on the heritage of Siskin and Zorskin casts are two different branches. and then there's many different other branches of different other castes that kind of branch off from those. The
Gotcha.
Siskin and Zorskin castes were the two progenitor castes.
Gotcha. Cool. That's a little bit of interesting lore.
Indeed.
Grunker.
Also right.
So, seeing as that was a bust, I guess we go to someone else unless I'm able to find someone to get a custom tent.
Okay. So are you going with the others? Yeah.
Yeah, unless I find a place for that tent.
All right. Okay. Right. So Vellum, Grunker, what are you doing?
Well, I should go first because you haven't had a go yet.
Oh yeah. So Vellum, you said you wanted to find that general store, was it?
That knick-knack shop that Nero.
That would be Nindorf's Knickknacks.
Indoors.
Nindorf, yes. Let's see.
I'm
here.
going to try and navigate my way.
Again, it is. Stream music is a bit loud.
What? Right. Right, okay, my bad. I'll turn that down, shall I? Right. Where am I? Okay, here we go. So, did you already make a charisma check for this?
I
Sorry,
have
persuasion. Okay, make
I
a
have.
persuasion check to get directions for Nindorf's Knickknacks. 20. Quite easily. You do get a few strange looks, kind of standing out here like a sore thumb. Most individuals here are either halfling, dwarf, or human. But still, you do get directions, weaving your way through the crowds and streets of the foot drifts. You, Grunker and Nero, you all approach a shop kind of off to the side of the main thoroughfare, the main marketplace here. That looks like it's been similarly sandwiched between two larger abodes.
Are we
Is it
together
also lopsided?
or apart? Because I thought we split.
Sorry?
Are we together or apart? Because I thought we split.
Oh, well, I figured since Nero and Grunker were done with their thing, I figured they probably...
No, I assumed this was all simultaneous. We all wanted
Okay.
to do our own. Okay. So,
well, it depends. Nero and Grunker, do you want to go with Vellum? Or would you like to do something else?
Well, Grunker's doing the bookshop thing.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So,
And
So-
I wanted to head there too, so I would probably meet up with Grunka.
okay, so Vellum's going off separately.
yes,
So,
he has things to do and
uh,
stuff to do.
So you see the building that looks like it's been sandwiched between two larger abodes. You see above the door is an off-kilter sign that looks like it's seen a fair bit of neglect over the years. The door below the neglected sign is closed. It's not a very well kept building. Looks like it's seen its fair share of weathering, and there's this musty smell of wood rot.
Well,
the-
I mean, I'm here, so just
Yeah.
gonna head on in.
Okay. Just before you head in, the place stands out quite a bit from the other buildings here. As you notice that the bay window is incredibly cluttered with all sorts of random crap. Books, just silverware, antiques, small statuettes. It's difficult to see into the shop itself. However, you do see haphazardly scrawled into a small wooden sign the words Opni.
Opni.
Opni. There you go.
Oh,
I think that's meant to say open, but
yeah, they misspelled it. Well, since apparently it's Opni, I'm gonna go in.
Okay. You kind of you try to open the door, but it doesn't budge. and there's a moment of pause. And you hear this flurry of clattering and rustling behind the door. Hold on! Shit, bugger! Yeah. And from behind the door, you hear the voice again. Yes? What do you want?
Or to come into your shop and sell some things. He's sort of not feeling like this is a great place for this now after like the sign and outranch stuff like this and the fact that the door's not even fucking open.
The door just flies open. You see before you an elderly halfling man, probably in his 80s. Wild, white and unkempt hair, very thin and frail looking, but obviously hasn't seemed to affect his mobility. Very, very spry for his age, and he takes it in his stride. You see a wrinkled but excited and wild face. Two different coloured eyes, one blue, the other purple. Blackened skin around the purple eye. Oh! You want to trade? Sell a trade? Good. Business is good. Come in. Which kind of disappears around the corner.
He's gonna hesitantly enter. Gonna keep his eyes mainly on the shopkeeper. Everyone in this town is fucking crazy.
Yeah. I mean, you guys just happen. No, two crazy people in a row. You guys happen to stumble upon.
Yeah, happened, yeah.
Right,
This is
well,
the dwarf, but somewhat sane.
Yeah, in I go.
As you,
Once he's done flipping his shit about the fact that he has a customer, I'll try and barter with him.
as you walk in, you walk through the archway of clutter that seems to have been delicately balanced around the doorway. You see stuff that's been just shoved to one side to allow the door to open. Let's see here.
Miss.
Looks like one of those puzzle game things.
Yeah, stare at that bit. I'm sure it's nothing suspicious at all.
Buy the bust. I'm sure Balthazar would like it.
Big glowing red thing.
Right.
Very true, given his company.
I'm looking at this. It's intriguing.
So, you can now see the interior place is just littered with some of the most random stuff that you could ever come across. It's like you figure it's like a Jenga tower. Taking out any individual piece might cause an avalanche of like car boot sale items to bury you alive. You see furniture, old books, old marble busts, random potions, gear sprockets, paintings. It's probably easier to list what's not present here. This is like a hoarder's den if you've ever seen one.
Ah, the perfect kind of person to sell shit to.
There are also no fixed lighting attachments to the building interior itself. Rather, some of the clutter itself is lit in the form of antique candle lamps, other small candles. You gather that he makes a living selling the stuff that he's also been living off of. And there's a counter to the far end of the room that's not at all been spared from the chaos of the clutter, and you can see stuff just being thrown from behind the desk. No, yes, that'll do. You can see him kind of re-emerge from behind the counter with, and they just sweep off a bunch of atoms that kind of clatter to the floor. A spring from some dwarven mechanism bounces off out of its housing as it hits the floor. Dust and cobwebs just flying everywhere.
Well, Vellum's gonna approach the counter and he's gonna reach into his pack and get his scale mail out. This is one he's made himself, and it is used, but he made a point on the way here to be sort of polishing it, getting it, and making sure it looked
Okay.
good enough to sell. So
Oh,
we're not on the way walking
what's this?
here, on the way to
What's this?
town.
You sell it, yes?
Yeah, I wanted to sell this.
Magnus. And he holds out his hand. Nindorf
he-
Bratwald.
He hands it over just to. Fucking, Lindorf. Does he actually have a stoat on his shoulder?
Might as well.
You see,
Might as well.
you look to his side, and there is a stoat on his shoulder.
Right, well, he obviously wants to take a look at it to see if it's what it's worth, so I'm gonna just do that. That's the assumption anyway. He might just be batshit crazy. So I'm gonna hand the scale mill over.
He kind of eagerly kind of gathers it up in his arms and to kind of he kind of looks at some of the scale mail here and kind of
Ugh,
Sniffing this.
feel violated.
you see him pause for a moment and think to himself, what can I? Yes. You see him disappear and then come back with an armful of just stuff and just lays it out all on the table. He takes a few items off the shelves too. You can see kind of laid out on the table before you now. Some items there. What looks like a gold dinner plate. Two silver amulets. One of them is a kind of a ruby inlaid with a ruby gemstone. The other one is a sapphire.
Jesus fuck.
A fine but dusty-looking coat threaded with silken stitching and frilled at the collar. An abacus, about 3 or so blankets, a bunch of 5 red candles. This antique mirror trimmed with fine silver. A set of 3 small cooking pots, half of an ancient-looking stone tablet depicting an eye, with that and then kind of obscure text in an unknown, in some language you don't know.
I can practically hear Balthazar's boner from across the city.
You see also a box of 3 signet rings. Looks like a long length of rope. We trade many wondrous things. What do you want for this?
He was hoping for money, but he's not going to show that. He's just going to sort of actually act like he's looking through everything and just sort of. I mean, there are a couple of things of noteworthy interest, but nothing he really wants in this pile. So what he's going to do is he's going to take a minute to sort of look through everything, and he's just going to sort of look around at everything and just think. Don't suppose you have any metals like ingots or anything like that? Good notes, the good stuff. It's a wild stab in the dark, I'm aware, but he has so much shit. I can guarantee he might have one at least. Because it's worth asking, you never know. He's got a lot of shit.
Yes, metals, silver tea kettle. You melt that down, yes. You also melt this down, yes. And he holds up the golden dinner plate.
Jesus fuck. What about coins? Do you have coins?
Oh, you want coins? Yes. Yeah. He disappears under the counter and then shit. He bumps his head.
I regret this already. Sorry, what did he get out?
Oh, he's just disappeared under the counter and you hear shit.
Oh, okay. Christ.
And he
Please tell me the bookstore owner is also crazy.
He's got some good shit. It's a shame that Vellum's not really interested in most of it. I mean, that tablet alone would probably be incredibly interesting to fucking Balthazar.
You see,
A stray thought might cross your mind that, well, he might not give you money for that thing. Maybe someone else
Well,
might.
that's the thing. Vellum might not know enough about what Balthazar does to put two and two together in this respect. Because it's all magic and shit. He doesn't really think about it. Anyway, continue, Jenner, and I will surmise Vellum's thoughts as we go.
you see a few more items being chucked out from behind the counter. An old teddy bear. What looks like an old compass. Some sort of like brass sextant.
Sexy teddy bear.
Sextant even. It all kind of clatters to the floor, and then he pulls out what looks like an old dusty kind of satchel of something, but it jingles. You suspect it's probably coins.
Okay, it's like a little sack of coins, is it?
Looks like fairly hefty sack of coins. You gather this is where most of his savings are.
Oh, well, what
He's not a very organised person.
Yes, I noticed. So, how much of that? He sort of points to the jingling coins. Do you want for this?
He kind of thinks to himself and kind of scratches the. It's very unkempt and dirty-looking sideburns.
Mr. Jenner, do you want the market value of that armor?
Yes, please.
It's 50 gold normally, but wear and
Okay.
tear would probably drop it. Sorry, I figured you might want it, so it'd
Yeah.
make your life easier.
Like, hold on, I need to get an expert to look at this.
He kind of scours through all the
Maybe
crap that he's dumped on the counter, and he takes out the silvered trimmed kind of this antique hand mirror trimmed with fine silver, and he kind of holds it out to you. This and 40 gold.
He's pondering that a moment. And while I'm thinking, what did you say, Ethan? I didn't quite catch it.
Oh, I was joking about like Pawn Stars, where like
Oh,
you need
okay.
to get an expert to come in, and then he'll offer you like half.
Right, I
so
thought it was an
that-
actual question. Sorry.
Yeah,
Manage resell it, get a
yeah.
restoration work.
yeah.
We
I-
out the gold tops.
I'm gonna flip a coin here, because while I was considering the tablet for Balthazar, the fact that Alice has mentioned it is making me think, oh, am I just metagaming here? So I'm gonna flip a coin, and one will be he'll try and get that, two will be he won't.
I'm gonna roll a coin.
Roll a coin. Oh, sorry. Fate has decided. What's the mirror like? You said it's like a silver trim mirror.
Yeah, it's very surprisingly fine fine mirror trimmed with silver. It's unusual that this well, actually he's got plenty of fine looking stuff here, but he's just not been taking good care of it.
It's a bit of a long shot, but due to like knowing crafts and things like that, would I be able to tell its origins? Like, not to be racialist, but
No.
racial origins. Like
Um
what sort of craft it was.
I will say I'll make an intelligence check.
Sure. Just straight intelligence.
Yeah, because it's trying to determine
Yes,
the
I
make
know
of
nothing.
something. No. I mean,
It's a mirror. It's not my fault.
yeah. It's a mirror, but it looks nice. Could probably get quite a bit, quite a comparatively nice bit of gold for it.
Yeah, fair enough. So you said 40 in that, right?
Yes.
Do you happen to have the tat he dropped on the table listed in text form so I can
I
peruse
could, yes. Give me a second. I will.
Because I want to make sure I'm not missing anything important. And yes, I know
Okay.
that there's a tablet there with an eyeball on it, but I already made the roll for that.
So there's a golden dinner plate, There is a silver amulet. One with a
One with a ruby, one with a yeah.
one with a ruby, one with a sapphire.
Okay.
Copying it. Yep. Fine but dusty-looking coat threaded with silken stitching and frilled at the collar. There's also an abacus. About 3 or so blankets. We'll just say 3 blankets. About three blankets. A bunch of five red candles. There is the antique hand mirror trimmed with fine silver. There was a set of 3 small cooking pots.
Okay.
There is the half of an ancient-looking stone tablet depicting an eye and obscure text in an unknown language. There is a box of 3 signet rings. There's a 50-foot length of rope, and that's about it.
Okay. The box signet rings. Is the box open so I can see the rings, or is it just like
yes,
a box?
the box is open.
Do I recognize any of the symbols? It's highly unlikely, but worth asking. The signets are usually of a place.
Make a history check.
Of course I crit on this.
Damn!
I know things. Suddenly.
You do see that one is fairly easily recognizable there. It's the symbol of an oak tree with a crown of thorns. There is and you do recognize this as the crest of the Talonwood family. Because being a tradesman, you do know of them. That's how you spell it.
Sensible to know the sorts of people. What was the name again? I'm looking for information. I feel like it's come up before, and I'm just trying to find the handout. Has it come up before?
You've seen the crest before on the tabards of the guards. It's in the lore there.
Yeah, I'd see the crest. Yeah. Okay. Do we want to pan over to somebody else? Because this is a toughie. You've got a lot of interesting objects in front of me.
Well, I'll just go through the signets. Then I'll pop over
You
to.
can haggle for them and say, "Hold on, let me bring back some people who can appraise and detect magic."
Atlas, no metagaming.
That's
I know
not
you really
metagaming.
want
That's
to.
not being
Come on.
stupid.
Go get your experts.
So
Literally, you don't know what these are, and you don't know if they're worth anything. Why not get people who can, figure out what they are?
You guys
Meal.
wandered off into different town. You have no idea where you are.
Yeah,
I
and he
didn't see
kind of has
us.
to go back down the lift again, which is
Yeah, Gronka will find out.
so
You're
the Talonwood family, what you know of them, because you rolled a natural 20. They are one of many renowned and powerful merchant families that find their names spoken within the higher echelons of Commonwealth society. The Talonwoods are renowned for their empire built upon the trade of arborwood between Mayland and the Commonwealth. In recent months, they've also begun to dip their feet into the erudite trade.
Intriguing.
There's also what you can see as a ring. The next signet ring is the symbol of a hand with a key.
Sounds oddly familiar.
Yeah. I hate myself for not remembering. I feel like it's just yelling in the back of my brain.
I mean, because you rolled a natural 20.
Don't feel like you have to give me all the information, just relevant to the
Well,
Valor.
You specifically asked what you know, what you know, for the symbols of these signet rings, and you rolled a natural 20, so makes sense that I will tell you.
I know. I'm just saying it's information Vellum would remember.
This is the symbol of the handyman.
Yep, the handyman.
You might remember that Balthazar also wears the ring.
that
Oh,
guy
that
who
is
kind of
it.
tried to get us killed.
Hmm. I'm gonna have to consult the elders on that one, as it were. I'll get back later.
The third crest is the third crest is partially kind of worn away from the third signet. It's hard to make out what it is. I don't not even at a natural 20 will be able to figure out what.
Oh yeah, especially with me.
Yeah.
Well, shit. Yeah, pan over to somebody else. This is a lot to think about.
Okay.
Fuck.
So, Grunker, what are you doing? You wanted to go to library, was it? Both of
Yeah,
you-
the
Actually, sorry. Did we want to go back to Duck? Because Duck's kind of been sitting around.
Oh yes, that's true. Ducky, what
No,
are you doing?
no, it's fine. I've been having the time of my fucking life laughing at the shit you guys pull and drinking my beer.
Yep.
Alright.
But sure, I can do something.
Oh, I don't have to. It's depends what you want to do.
I mean, Sao's gonna look for some material goods and also look for a bookstore of some kind to buy a little notebook of her own.
Okay, so make a persuasion check as you are looking around, kind of trying to search for anyone that would converse with you.
A 15.
15, not bad.
Surprisingly better than what else have been done so far.
So, bookstore, you are directed towards upwards through to the spired clefts. You can see because this town is built in a continuously upward slope. You can quite easily see on the horizon of the cityscape here what look like long, thin spires of very elegant make. You gather this is probably much further up in the town here. Towards a place called Bindorf's Books and Tomes.
I will proceed to make my way up there in, well, whatever fashion I can see that's the most convenient.
Okay.
Even though I'm probably towering above people's head.
And you do get quite a number of looks.
They can stare all they want. Sao doesn't give a fucking shit.
As you holding your head up high, not giving a shit, you keep the spires of the so-called spired clefts in your vision, and they are hard to miss, as the beyond the rooftops of the upper town. You see the spired architecture further up this massive kind of ascending incline of the entire town. You eventually come across what looks like a massive wall that seems to form a barrier between the lower and the middle, the lower middle and the upper classes. This seems to be the elite portion of Cliffspire. Most of the walls that you've seen throughout the town are basic stone masonry. These walls are solid granite with marble mosaics. Very, very pretty. Not so much functional as a defensive perimeter, more a show of prestige.
Waste of material, if you ask me.
You
And
approach
yes, she does say that out loud.
people that the crowd around you seems to be busy enough that not many people hear it. When you approach, you can see that the portcullis is lifted, but there are two guardsmen there standing with halberds. You see as an ornate kind of ram-drawn carriage clops by, looks to be dwarven in design. and as your eyes follow it inwards through the open archway, you see elements of beautifully cut, beautiful courtyard parks with elegant trees, neatly trimmed bushes. You can see ornamental structures that decorate them. And what normally was just, dirt road with elements of cobblestone is now, as you go past the portcullis, it's now beautifully laid stonework. You can see homesteads of grand design and scape, all with Gothic elements to them, some combining these elements with a Dwarven aesthetic. You can also see other styles from all across Mainland and the Commonwealth. This is where most of the money in the city goes, where the upper class live, work, and where folk with a very, very specific visual presentation and specific purpose are allowed entry outside of the common folk wishing to gain entry to the district for the purposes of religious worship or factory work.
Can I see the aforementioned bookstore, or do I need
Make
to
a perception check.
At 17.
17. You don't see the bookstore even, but you do see some elements of very, very high class boutiques, very, very expensive looking shops. And as you're kind of looking through the archway, one of the guards kind of approaches you. Right, can I help you? What's the business?
I'm looking for a bookshop, one that sells either notebooks meant for scribbling, keeping notes, or just in general, some place that sells a blank book.
He kind of looks you up and down with a very, very discerning gaze. I don't think so. Unless you got official business here, shove off.
Bit rude, but fine. I'll take my business elsewhere. I'm just sort of turning around and walking away.
Guard goes back to his post. So,
If only you were with a flamboyantly dressed demon who wearing more than the people's houses were worth. Then they might let you pass.
If only the demon rolled more than a 5.
I did! The other demon didn't.
He rolled a 4, technically.
Technically.
Guess I'll be looking for one of the lower stores. Huh.
okay.
One of us.
I will say, make another persuasion check.
Don't get the crazy shops.
The crazy ones are the fun ones.
You gather
It's
that
7.
you gather that books here are they are luxury goods, usually meant for the more elite, the more literate. And that's probably why most people have been directing you towards the spired clefts.
Fair enough. I guess I'll be returning to this asshole of a guard.
Okay, what you actually going to go return to the entrance?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
while not actually going past the entrance, just walking up to it and deliberately looking at the guard. Just like, I'm waiting.
He kind of long drawn out sigh and he approaches you. Unless you got official business here, shove off.
Well, official business would be called shopping. Other than that, I guess it would be a matter of, I don't know, safety for Port Mortney.
What are you talking
Oh,
about?
badge. Nice.
And from out her pocket in her jacket, she's gonna pull the badge. And gently show
There
it to
you
him and
go.
just go, well, for one thing, I've been traveling quite far and wide, and this is the first time I've come along with my group. And for one thing, I'm lacking a notebook to keep my notes of inventions. So if you would kindly let me pass, I'd be more than happy to not cause a ruckus.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Got power, bitch. Flaunt it.
Fuck you,
Well, I think
double
you
nat
fucking
20.
listened. Jesus Christ.
That's where
Well.
that went.
The guard kind of looks at it, eyes widen a bit, but he still seems to want to hold on to his pride for the moment, and he seems to let his guard down a bit. Right, my apologies. Go on through.
Thank you. And as she walks past him, on the opposite side of him, he feels a pat on the shoulder.
Oh, what? He looks over his shoulder and see nothing there.
I fucking love my unseen
You're
servant.
gonna have so much fun with that.
Oh yes.
He kind of brushes off his pauldron and kind of shifts his shoulder a bit. Looks about confused. He's too preoccupied trying to see what was there to watch you move off into the spired clefts.
And that, my dear friends, is how you pass somebody.
That is how you pull rank.
So
This is the second time I've rolled a double nat 20 on something more or less useless.
okay, so
Can I ask a quick question before we
oh
continue?
yep, go ahead.
Pardon me. What's the range on these earpieces again?
Let me check here.
I recall it being like 100 meters or something, or feet, or...
I think it was that, yeah. It depends on what
There is a whisper.
500 feet.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to
there we
gauge
go.
how far I was.
Send
500
and receive the message spell.
How
Yeah.
far did I travel is the question, because I'm gonna try and get in touch with somebody, but I don't know if it's gonna...
I will say you. Hard to say. You
I
are
have to try and then see.
probably just within range.
Okay. Well, who are we going on to? Because I kind of have a decision.
I was going to go to Balthazar and Siren next because we've not done them for a while.
Fair enough.
So what are you two doing? You two troublemakers.
Well, we're being led by a guard somewhere. I would
Oh
hope
yes,
so.
that's right. You are eventually kind of escorted towards the very same wall that Sao Yun encounters, and you can see Sao Yun just about heading through as you find yourselves approaching the spired clefts.
By the way, Atlas, you're muted.
Yes, I have been. On purpose.
So this is to lead to the library.
You gather it doesn't seem to be much of a library in Cliffspire, but there is an expansive bookstore that would be Bindorf's Books and Tomes.
Alright. And that seems to be what Sao is heading into.
That does seem to be where she's headed. Yes.
Oh, well, it seems that we happen to find one of our party.
As the guard, you are being escorted by, kind of meets the others at the wall there. The other two look over towards you, then talk to the guard. Do they have official business here? I don't know, sir. They wanted something at a bookstore, a library. And they all look over towards both of you, expectantly.
You just let another of our party through, so obviously we do.
She's with you, is she?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, she is. Or rather, she is with me.
Am I within an audible distance of this?
You are just within audible distance, yeah.
Alright. Turning around and just looking at them, she gives them a solid nod and stands there waiting.
Sarah just walks by.
The guards look at each other. Alright, head in. We're watching you, though.
Good.
As soon as Siren hears that, she puts a little bit more sway in her hips because she can.
One of the guards, probably the youngest guard of the group, kind of can't help but watch, and the other guy just shoves his shoulder.
Yeah.
The officer will walk past, and as soon as they do, and the guards turn around, there's this immediate stare at Siren. This is the closest I can think of it. As he just stares at her like that and slowly looks back to the guards.
Oh god, that's perfect.
Frollo stare. I love it.
Siren just like...
They doubt us.
What was that?
They doubted us.
They're racist. We learned about the guards' racism when we first entered, remember?
I know.
Sal just looks at both of them
I
as they
remember their
approach.
faces.
Sal just looks at both of them as they approach and just goes, "Took you long enough?"
We had some...
Yes, well, we took a scenic detour.
You two, a scenic detour.
Yes, we wanted to see how much of the population was needed.
Eyeing Siren a bit and just sort of shaking her head. You two are almost convincing me that you're siblings. And then she just
Really?
proceeds to walk on to where she needs to be.
Saren kind of looks up and pats Balthazar on the shoulder, like, why not? Once we're done with all our work saving brats, we'll be able to have a bit more influence here, and then you don't have to worry about them ever doubting.
Good. Good.
You might even be able to punish them at some point.
Also good.
I thought that would cheer you up. Then she just continues on.
It does.
So, onward towards the... You wanted to go to the bookshop first, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So, making your way through the spired clefts, you find yourself almost at home here in the district, so full of obvious wealth and plenty. Asking around, you are directed with quite a bit of hesitancy and strange looks towards a fairly neat and orderly establishment which shares much of the higher class aesthetic as its neighbouring residences. The entrance here is situated up a series of short steps. Above the door, you can see a large brass placard which reads Bindorf's Books and Tomes.
I look around. Is the overall aesthetic of it, like, it appears just from the background that you did, that this is a lot higher. This seems almost kind of Victorian-esque.
Yes.
Like, have the clothes been upgraded? Like, is this a shop where, like, there's clear glass and there's just things on presentation in the window? Like,
you do see a sort of a small bay area window. Lots of beautiful stained glass. Much the same as most of the other windows around this upper class area.
Interesting. It's been quite a while since I've seen glass work like this. Shall we go inside?
Yes. Let's see something enjoyable for once.
I don't often see glass work at all, but this looks, to be honest, a waste of a lot of time and effort, if you ask me.
It is not a waste if it looks nice.
Yes.
Must enjoy where you are. And
But it
also,
could have been used
you
for
are
a better
above
thing.
what was.
I mean, but is beauty in and of itself a waste of time and effort? Art? Sculpture?
If it's an excess of something, maybe, but unless otherwise needed, no.
Sarah's gonna motion to, like, the stained glass around them. It's like, well, this seems quite... This doesn't seem wasted. These people like and prefer something beautiful around them. It is an aesthetic that makes their lives better simply by existing.
So,
Kind of like you, Sal. And she, like, pats Sal on the shoulders, like, you make our lives better by existing.
Giving her a sort of sideways look and just rolling her eyes, not all the way, but just to the side. Sometimes you're a bit much.
Just speaking the truth, dear. And then Siren walks in.
okay. So, you all head in.
Yep.
Oh, damn.
You open the door to a foyer, and it's two sizable rooms. The room you enter is looked down upon by a balcony surrounding it. There's an archway that kind of leads you into the secondary half of this establishment. You can see the walls are just books and scrolls and large, neatly tended to tomes. The polished and finely worked kind of bronze orange oak wood and warm lighting here gives you it's a cozy warm, which is a nice change to the cold exterior. Very Victorian in its design, very much akin to the rest of the architecture that you've seen here. You can see beneath the stairs, perched on a plinth, up top of the desk, staring straight at all of you. Large black pupils, an owl. Behind it, a small, hunched figure, a halfling man, fair-skinned but wrinkled and weathered by time. Greying hair, large, puffy sideburns, slight double chin, which lacks a beard. and he also has a receding hairline, small beady brown eyes beneath large bushy eyebrows tilted inwards, almost like he's got this permanent scowl on his face. He has a small pair of spectacles perched on his scrunched up nose, which is currently buried in a fairly thick book. And he briefly looks up to see who's just entered. Initially going back to reading, that there's a double take. Then his eyes kind of slim a little bit, and he ever so gingerly places the bookmark into his page and closes the book, sets it down on the counter. Yes, can I help you?
Sal, walking up to him, just goes straight for business, and I've been wondering if you would have a blank book or a notebook for sale.
Yeah, they have plenty of notebooks, yes. One moment. He kind of, you see him, like he's about to stand up, but then he kind of drops down. You can just about see his head behind the counter. Pulls out a fairly knackered-looking walking stick and kind of hobbles around to the back of the counter, around here. And he kind of opens the cabinet, kind of ruffles through some of the very nice looking bookends to some of these, and he slowly inches out fairly thick looking notepad. Looks like it's hardback cover. Plenty of nice pristine parchment in it as well. And he slowly inches his way back, hobbles over, kind of plops it on the front of the counter, and then efts himself back up into the chair. That will cost you. Let's see here. That's 2 gold pieces.
Thank you. I will take 3 of these.
Very well. And he hops back off of his chair, goes around to the back again, and pulls out 2 more. Then hobbles back and plops those on the single notepad. And he pushes them over towards you. And he holds out his hand.
And Sal gently takes out the allotted gold for it and hands it to him.
And you notice his legs and his arms seem almost like too small for his body. It's weird. You do gather that this is probably Nindorf. I will it's a hand here.
Hmm.
No, not Nindorf. Bindorf.
Bindorf and Dindorf.
Yes. There's Bindorf.
Another thing, if I may inquire, would you perhaps have some spell scrolls of Revivify available?
He taps his chin for a moment. It's been a while since anyone's asked me about spell scrolls.
Sideways glance towards Sao Yun.
Let me see.
A narrow of eyes, but no words.
He hefts himself off of his chair again. See, hear the clacking of the hobbling walking stick as he walks past you towards a cabinet on the far side of the room, which you cannot see here because you are facing away from the camera here. And he opens a few cupboards. As you can see diagonal shelves of scrolls and all sorts. He kind of files through some of these fairly dusty looking parchments, Let me see here. I need to figure out the price. You want general resurrection or revivify specifically?
Revivify would be enough for now.
Right. Where that price listing? Hang on. I got it here somewhere. I should have pulled it up. Okay. Right, that will be quite a hefty sum of gold. That will cost you. Oh, Chrome, what the hell are you doing?
It's taking a while to carry that one.
Yeah, you can see him doing a few calculations in the air. That will cost you 250 gold pieces.
Alright. How much is gold to platinum again?
10.
10.
Alright.
That'd be
I think it's a scale of 10.
25 platinum, essentially.
Taking out 25 platinum and laying it on the desk. This should cover it.
Yes, I think it will. Well, then
But
he sniffs and kind of pulls it over to one side. He pulls out a pouch, puts them in, and puts them in his coat pocket.
Saren just stands there, quiet, pursed lips, just like watching Sal pay full price for everything.
And upon taking the
It hurts.
scroll,
It hurts Siren physically.
and upon taking the scroll, Sao will turn around, walk towards Balthazar, and literally plant the scroll on his chest, and just. I guess this is a sort of repayment, if you can call it that.
Okay, so mark in the group scrolls there, just so it's easier to track. Scroll of Revivify.
Go ahead and
I
drop
will
it in my
leave.
inventory.
All right.
And I will mark it in the group holding.
Yeah, like mark it under Scroll of Revivify in brackets Balthazar. Just it's just easier to track it that way.
Yeah. You know you did not have to do this and get me something so pricey.
I know how you feel about losing family, and I would be feeling the same, so call it even. Sorry about the tent. And then she'll just walk out the door and wait outside.
Okay.
He goes to speak, but he pauses. Well, gonna look towards Siren now.
She didn't haggle at all.
I know,
She bought multiple things.
I know.
You can see Bindorf is now eyes slimmed towards both of you. Do you have any other business to attend to here?
What did you need, sister?
Saren turns and just like does that full thing where like she turns with a big smile on her face, like a friendly smile. Hello, Master. You would be Bindorf, I would assume.
That would be correct.
Yes, Master Bendorf, I was wondering, I happen to be a book collector of sorts myself. I happen to have a very rare book. One of 3. I was wondering if you wouldn't happen to know of or have any books from the old Orcish Empire, or perhaps maybe something that came from Nioba, the City of Gold?
Let me see here. And you see him kind of try to rack his memory.
It might come through Maitreya, perhaps.
I do believe we have something of what you described. Yes. Let me see. And he hefts himself out of his chair again.
It might look something. It might look something like this, and she holds up her black book, just the outside, so we can see the binding.
He peers at it very, beady eyes, sort of squinting. I don't think we have anything of that nature. No.
Nothing magical per se.
Nothing magical besides the scrolls. I think what you're wanting is part of a rare collection by Batara Salatio.
Yes, exactly. I didn't know if the name would be known to you. But yes, the Black Ink, the Travels of a Curious Scholar.
Yes, that's part of his collection. Yes, most of his later works are banned by the Commonwealth and Mainland. Some of his early works I do keep. One in particular, might be of interest to you.
Oh,
it's
indeed.
called. I believe the full title is Black Ink: The Empire of the Celestial Dragon in Review.
Can you say so? Black Ink, the Empire of the Celestial Dragon. What?
Black Ink: The Empire of the Celestial Dragon in Review.
Yes, he is. He was the scholarly sword. But yes, I am a scholar myself, and if you could perhaps, if I may see that book.
Very well. And he hefts himself out again, and he
Would
makes his way.
Would perhaps you want me to fetch it for you?
Oh, that would be best. Thank you.
Okay.
And he guides you towards the appropriate place.
Okay. While she's there, she's also going to be kind of glancing around at the other books to see, just a curious glance, if anything catches her eye.
Okay, make a perception check.
That would specifically have to do with the old Orcish Empire, or like Nioba, the kingdom that they traded with. And I'm going to use my bad luck inspiration to give myself advantage on this. $14.
14.
By 1.
Okay. So first of all, the book that he guides you to. As you, he does guide you towards the non-fiction section, which is kind of more open area, more bathed in the kind of white light of the outer reaches of the spine clefts. And he points you over to a specific bookshelf. You can see. You do eventually find a fairly old and tattered looking novella. Kind of briefly flipping through the summary without reading too much into the book itself. The book seems to be describing some aspects of history concerning the Orcish peoples through different ages. This book appears to have been written when Horatio spent some time in the city of Juinlu. The synopsis mentions 2 ages of the Empire in particular: the the Age of the Tiger and the Age of the Dragon, and that's what you gather from the synopsis.
Okay. See, hold on. I actually have to look back at my notes real quick. Okay. 700 years ago, Orcish Empire received a close bond with chosen ghosts as the pretty night. She will take this book and bring it back. Actually, she'll take the book off the shelf, and also she'll
You
kind of
see
call back.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Like, what were you going to describe?
It's too soon for it.
Okay. She's also going to look back at to Bindorf and call. Would you happen to have anything on the history of the giants in Gog's Chain to the south, perhaps around 700 years ago, or something specifically that would have information on the Orcish Empire or the City of Gold at that time?
Let me think.
And also, just as an aside, out of character, would I know that the Xuanyu, like the Age of the Tiger and Age of the Dragon, would that be around this said time, or would that be before or after?
You mean the giants in Gog's Chain?
Oh no, the Black Ink, the Empire, the Celestial Dragon Review. Would the ages that he's referring to, the Age of the Tiger and the Age of the Dragon, would they be?
Well, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Would they be around that time, 700 years ago, when the Black Books were?
Generally, yes.
Okay, I'll keep that.
But this book seems to describe, through the synopsis, the time periods surrounding that as well.
Okay. Cool. And Siren will keep that. Or, well, she'll, like, carry it as she waits for Bindorf to do his thing.
Okay.
And possibly remember.
So, I don't think I have anything regarding the... Sorry, I gotta look at the map here as well.
Giants of Gog's Chain.
Yeah, that's it. I don't think I've got anything regarding Giants of Gog's Chain. No. I think if you want anything giant related, you will be wanting to seek out the history of the War of Broken Chains. As for... Was it Niobe you said?
Yes, the City of Gold.
Ah, yes.
One of the trading partners of the Orcish capital at that time.
Unfortunately, I don't have that. That is basically a rare collection of books that I've not managed to get imported yet. Perhaps if I am waiting for a new batch of books. It might come in a week or so. It does include a portion of the collection.
Perhaps would you know, because I know collectors like you and myself tend to know one another. I am Siren, by the way. Late of Ragnarok.
Bindorf, yes.
Pleasure. Would you perhaps know where some more complete collections of Halatios and perhaps other histories might be? Like a compatriot of yours?
You see, you hear him, well, you see him kind of trying to rack his brain a bit more. You gather that
I've already
Ames
spoken with
caught up with him.
Faldred in Port Morkney, and he sent
I'm
me
not familiar
to
with
this area.
Faldred. Although, if you're looking for a more extensive collection, I would recommend the library in Dune Hollow.
Oh,
They seem to keep more older collection there.
well. It just so happens we'll be heading there most likely within the week. Thank you very much, Bindorf. And since it seems this book is what I am looking for, what might you be wanting for it? So that I may add it to my own collection.
Let me see here. Personally, I never liked orc history myself too much. Too much, really, poetry. Interesting author, too. Since it is part of a rare collection, that will cost you about 60 gold.
And it just so happens that you, a purveyor of fine scrolls, magical or otherwise yourself, I happen to have this, and she's going to pull out her scroll of Stinking Cloud, which, because she knows that spell now, she doesn't need. And she's going to set it on the table in front of him.
Okay then.
Like, with this in consideration, what might the price exchange be? Could I sell this, take the book, and some other coin off your hands?
Well, if you wish to trade, you can give me that scroll and perhaps take a few more books with.
Let's see.
Oh, hang on.
Oop.
Ding dong. This was a shop
Nice.
that both Grunka and Nera was gonna go to, right?
Think.
I think so.
Might be coming in at any moment, just as Balthazar's gonna be looking
Right.
around by the
Okay.
doors, see if there's anything else neat. Maybe you can come on into the scene.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. What were you saying, Siren?
Oh, I was trying to think if there was anything else that she would have, or that she would kind of want. Okay, so we got the black ink, and he didn't have any books on the Giants of Gog's chain.
No.
He didn't have anything on the City of Gold, Nioba.
Not yet.
Okay, in a week. And do you happen to have anything on the War of Broken Chains that you suggested?
Let me check here. And he kind of reaches under his desk and tries to he pulls out what looks like a small registry, probably of books that he's kept throughout the years.
A Dewey Decimal System.
Yes.
A Bindorf Decimal System.
Yes, there is one. There is one book we do have in store. You will be wanting Blood and Iron.
Blood and Iron. Okay.
Sadly, the name of the author has been lost in history because the age of this book has been rewritten, recopied many times.
Where might this book be?
Look over to the corner there, onto your left, third shelf down.
Okay. Laren walks over. Grabs it. She's going to return back, and she's going to look at Balthazar, who is, I guess, just kind of wandering the shelves, or...
And he's just kind of actually looking around. He's been pulling out a couple of books and looking for stuff. It seems like he's looking for something.
Is there anything in particular that you're looking for, brother?
I am actually interested in a book on subjects of magic, specifically at schools, and since we discussed it before, growing power from specific planes, sources, histories, other such.
You were also talking about transmutation, yes? would you like? And she turns
I
to
was.
Bendorf. Do you happen to have a primer on transmutation? Something to just give you the general outline for it?
Let me see here. He pulls up his registrar once
Registry.
again. As I look for the name that I wrote down somewhere, but I lost. Damn it! In all my notes. Hang on. Erner.
You see, I was curious. I'd been told of spell mending, which could fix things, but not if they are completely destroyed. I did not know if was a wizard about powerful enough to put together wholly broken things.
That might require something of a more divine nature. And that usually costs quite a bit of money.
Ah, yes, here it is. The Basics of Transmutation, an Alchemist's Guide by Grethold Vinindred. And I'll put it in the notes there, in the chat.
Siren's going to kind of look at Balthazar with a raised eyebrow, if this is to ask if this is what he was looking for.
This is very interesting. It might tell me a little bit, but
Not quite.
no, I was looking for a wizard who might be able to already have mastered this. I was searching for something on the origins of arcane magics and its interaction with the greater cosmos. So he just kind of gestures about the air as he does so.
A scholarly study, of course, he says to Bendorf.
That is a very, very, very niche subject. Might I ask what type of magics you dabble in? I am a magic user myself, and he snaps his fingers and the owl vanishes.
Yes. Woo! Yes. Well, believe it or not, I am actually a healer. As he does so, he'll go over and he'll cast a little cure light wound, cure wounds, a little first level. The source of this magic is rather confusing to me as it is spontaneous. It's practice to it, but not in the typical scholarly way that you might. I'm merely looking for answers. No better way to phrase this.
I might be able to help with
sudden realization.
I might be able to help with detecting the type of magic. That might glean some insight for you.
Oh boy.
Oh. Well, from what I understand, he's just gonna roll his head a little bit. It is of arcane. Many knights from the realm of Ragnarok seem to share that sort of school of magic. And it seems I fit many of their descriptions. But I wish to know where the source of power comes from. I hear often it is either divine or arcane, and I merely wish to understand where the arcane comes from. I can figure where divine. Those answers are not so simple.
Well, typically, from what I understand of history, the arcane comes from. Originally came from Ragnarok during its ancient history. Perhaps you might have better luck with the libraries in your home continent than in this backwater trading town.
Very true. I might find better luck there. I just, knowing what a center of trade this is, oddities and unusual books might arise. I had heard very interesting things, that some madness that can consume search for power, or this magical knowledge. They say there is an entire place of it. I do not know if this is simple tales children are told by mothers to keep them humble in the fields, but
It sounds
it's curious.
all too familiar. And his eyes kind of wander over to Siren.
What the fuck? She just kind of gives him like a narrow-eyed glance at that. Like, no, yes.
The search for power, a tale as old as time.
Beauty and the Beast.
Damn it. Everyone was holding that back and you moved it.
Yep. So, yes, it does seem that everyone on some essence has a desire for power, the stability that it offers, but for what it is, there's myself, purely a scholarly sort, enjoying what I do here and there. But for you, you say that you are a wizard?
I am the wizardly sort, yes.
Okay.
You could say
Perhaps.
that. But go ahead.
Perhaps you have some information on just the. Hold on while I actually look for it. Need to. Oh, I don't have. Oh, that's annoying. Perhaps you have information on just the kind of the mage councils per se, the ones that rule Mayland and keep track of all it does. 'Cause it seems that for most you have to have some, not sanction, but you have to have their say-so in certain things. In Ragnarok, there's not quite as stringent regulations regarding the use of magic.
Oh, so that would be the Sapphire Assembly.
Hmm.
That would be
Yes.
the main ruling sect of magic users that see over different aspects of magical guild organization within Mayland.
Yes. Do you have perhaps happen to have just a small book on the history of the Sapphire Assembly, or perhaps do you know where it might be located?
Most of the Sapphire Assembly, that would be, the headquarters would be located in Kingston.
Alright. That's good to know. I might come
Also,
and visit.
you mentioned you were headed to Dune Hollow.
Mm-hmm.
There was also a sector of it within Dune Hollow.
Oh. Well, then lucky me. It seems that I'll be able to go in and see how my fellow magic users, my fellow wizards, happen to be functioning. It'll be interesting to see their take on certain things, how it differs in Ragnarok. But you seem to be taking much of your time, Master Bindorf. If we could... And she looks at Balthazar. did you find everything you needed?
It seems I was not able to find what I was looking for. It is a
Come back
very
later.
obscure study.
I'm gonna turn back to Bindorf. Then I will take this black ink book by Bataris Halatio and Blood and Iron. I will be selling you this scroll, and in return, we will see what it comes out to.
Well, as you both exchange goods, he takes the scroll. You see him kind of glance down towards the book holstered on your side, the black book. Eyes kind of slim a bit. Looks back up at you and silently, the exchange is complete.
Oh, well, hold on. There might be some leftover monetary compensation. Like, I did
Oh,
not...
Dear God, no.
Well, no. I mean, if the scroll itself is worth the entirety of these books, then fine. But if, like, I owe him money, or more likely he owes me money, then that's what I want to check out.
Alright, okay. Check.
So, how much would this scroll be worth, and how much will these books be worth? And we can see if we can make up the difference.
Let me see. So that. Oh, put it on there. Sorry, notes.
Ich bin ein Notes.
Ich bin ein Notes.
Ein
Okay.
Notes.
So the two books themselves, since what were the two books? Those were
Blood and
Let's see.
Iron and Black Ink, The Empire of the Celestial Dragon in Review.
right. Okay.
And I'm selling him, or I'm trading in, well, I guess selling
So
a Scroll of Stinking Cloud, which is also a 3rd level spell.
Yeah.
Such as
So
Revive.
since Blood and Iron is such an old book, and it's been rewritten many times over the years, and it's always it's a very arduous process to write out. That is the most expensive of the two. That's 100 gold. That is a collector's item, a very expensive collector's item. And I will DM you the contents of the book another time.
Cool.
So.
So there's that, and I think she said the Black Ink one, or he said earlier the Black Ink one was 60.
Yes. So 160 gold for both books. Let's see. He gives you 90 gold back as change.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for this transaction. Perhaps again I can come back once you get more in stock and we can peruse through and see what we can find.
He kind of sniffs at you and it's strange since he kind of glanced at the book. His demeanor seems to have changed. And he kind of
In what way?
seems a little more closed off. Seems a bit more distrusting. But in any case, he sits back in his chair, kind of nose back up into his book.
I think probably this time both Grunka and Nirl would enter the shop, because this is the shop they would be going to, I guess.
You would
If they can
you-
pass the guards.
Yeah, if you get past the guards.
I mean,
As-
Sal was standing outside. Oh wait, yeah, never mind. That's the different
Yeah.
place.
as both of you approach after heading back up the lift,
Right, shit.
the guards sort of stand blocking your way, halberds sort of crisscrossed. Can we help you?
We were told that there was a bookstore in the area past you, and we were hoping to get to it.
Yeah, I don't think so. Shove off.
What's up with all these people going to a bookstore?
You see, it's pretty important. So can we please get goodbye?
I said, shove off.
Okay, give me a second. And Neil starts to rummage through her bag. Where is it? Oh, yeah, here it is. She pulls out her Watch Me badge.
He has to sort of bend down to take a closer look at the badge, and he says, "Wait, hang on. You with the others?"
Others? You mean others in my group came too?
Yeah, two Hellspawn people. One of the green ones.
Oh. Was one of the demons a rather attractive demoness with white skin scales and a black hand?
As you mentioned, as you mentioned, attractive demoness. He kind of glances side eye to the younger guard, who seems to be kind of shifting awkwardly in his armor, kind of looking
I'll
around, whistling.
Take that as a yes. Yeah, I'm in their group. So is my hobbit halfling friend here.
Mixing up your copyright.
Habit.
I don't think Grunk has gotten into the spired clefts yet.
No, he's with Nero.
Oh right,
Yeah.
okay.
He's with us.
Oh right. God, where is everyone? Okay. He kind
I
of.
think
Oh, go ahead.
I'm still in the shop.
Yeah, I think it's only Sable that isn't in the.
Yes,
cleft.
Sable's still in the foot drifts.
Didn't Sal walk out at some point, or is she back with everyone?
Who?
Sal.
She's still like
It's
outside.
standing outside the shop.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm the only one not in the vicinity.
There's a heavy sigh from the guard. All right, go in.
Thank you. And Neil will waddle, doing the kobold waddle.
Two guards glance at each other and roll their eyes.
Yeah. Well,
To
I
the
guess
bookstore.
I guess we enter
Okay.
the bookstore. Well, we say bye to Sao, who's standing outside.
Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
The other two are inside if you want to speak to them.
Very rude.
Okay. So as we go inside, you finish your transaction.
Oh. Hello there, Nero. And Siren just kind of glances back. And other friend?
This is Glabo Swaggins.
Yes, of
hello.
course.
I am Halfling.
Yes, of course.
Hello.
It's weird. You've never heard Grunker string together this many words before.
At least coherent words.
Yeah.
My brain hurts.
Oh, you poor dear.
Figure it out.
Well, is there... What brings both of you here? Nero and Pablo?
I'm looking for a book. I was going to search around, see if I could find anything on it.
Well,
Yes.
this is the place.
I don't know why Grunka's here.
Who's
Uh,
Grunker?
Glabo. Mr. Swaggins.
Who is this group guy you talk about?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Siren is just kind of go off to the front where I imagine there's like a chair or two just kind of in the front of the shop, as most bookshops have a place where you can sit down and just kind of read a bit. And so she's just gonna do just that and wait for them to do their thing.
Okay.
And
Right.
I will be looking for any book that may shed some light on the dream I had.
Okay. Just so we know where everyone is, I'm going to I'll just drag your pogs on there. Just, I don't want everyone being in different places and everything to keep track of them all. It's
I'll put myself way over here,
okay.
as I am somewhere else.
Grunka beat me to the owl.
Okay.
Sao is standing outside, so I'll put her in the corner.
The other
Nobody went
corner.
down the corner.
That corner?
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Neril, what are you doing? Sorry.
Looking for a book to help me understand the thing that happened last night.
I will say, make a investigation check. This is less perception because you're actively kind of rummaging through different books, trying to find what might be relevant to your interest.
Okay. And I shall use the inspiration I've been sitting on for a while because this skill sucks. 17.
Not bad. Okay. So, you don't find much that's obviously relevant, but you do pick up certain as you're kind of rummaging through the books here. You do see certain patterns to the synopsis of some of these books, and you eventually find what looks to be a section on the magic of night and shadow. And you pick out a book. Hang on. Sorry, I've written down notes here. I've written down loads and loads of book titles. I'm trying to seek out which one's relevant to this one.
What not?
The Book of
Okay.
Neril.
The Book of Neril.
Someday I'll be free of this shop.
One day.
The crazy innkeeper is holding onto your leg, just like, give me more stuff! Give me!
So you do come across a book called Dusk and Shadows: The Magic of the Stars by Clara Tithnia.
Okay. The Book of what? Oh, it's in there.
Dusk and Shadows: The Magic of the Stars by Clara Tithnia.
I take it, glance through it, and if it matches what I've been looking for to a degree, well,
I will DM you the contents of the book. Do not worry.
and upon that, I shall head over to the storekeep and, like, find somebody to climb onto the table with.
Sorry, make a perception check.
Or I could just throw the book and climb. Perception.
No,
I do not see
that
anything
was
to
a
climb.
No, that was a siren to make a perception.
Oh, my bad.
So,
Didn't see anything that made me think it was.
so you kind of thump the book on the desk there. You barely just see the horns and the kind of little tiny points of starlight that have now appeared on them overnight. And you can also just about see Bindorf kind of look over the rim of his book. Very unusual author, that one. That would be. Let's see here. Pulls out his registrar. Common collector's item. That would be 50 gold.
And after fetching out the 50 gold, she just does her best to set onto the counter. Just was more apt to throw it because of how small she is.
Clunk.
Sorry, I couldn't find a chair.
Right. And he kind of takes the bag of gold and picks up some of the coins that have spattered everywhere, stuffs it into his coat there, and slides over the book towards you.
Thank you. And she'll pull off the table, go sit and start reading.
Okay, goes back to his book as well. Right. So, reading the book, Siren. So, it talks about one of the first chapters here, the age of the tiger. In ancient scripture, it's depicted. This age is depicted as two viciously warring tigers battling for territory and tearing at each other's flesh. The age of the tiger began, according to this book, about 1,000 years ago. Imagery of vibrant colours, were kind of watercolours of bloody red stains, fiery oranges, and bright yellows. You gather from this book, Orcish culture uses heavy amounts of poetry and allegory when recording their own history. The two tigers here represent the two warring sides of magical and martial prowess. The age of the tiger describes a time that would eventually, over the past next few hundred years, would be become known as the Cleansing. According to Orcish history, a period of about 700 years ago, this is where dark magic users were violently purged from Orcish society, thus beginning the reign of the first emperor called Tao Shun. The transitional period between the Age of the Tiger and the Age of the Dragon makes brief mention of a dark tome. Similar wording to Horatio's previous writings mentioning this. The writings here are scattered at best and make reference to heavy use of allegory and poetry used by Orcish historians. It briefly mentions descriptions of a small tome of black pages being locked away far beneath an unnamed Orcish palace stronghold. It simply calls this book the Book of Disease. The Age of the Dragon describes the time period after the death of Tao Shun's lineage. This age began approximately 400 to 500 years ago, adjusting for the then used what's called the Cianian calendar of the Empire used since then. The twin dragons that depict this age are drawn as infinitely long serpents, proud and powerful, perched on a mountain of jade, coloured in gorgeous watercolours of deep blues and greens and turquoises. The dragons are a series of dark, rich purple and blue hues and a series of constellations present within their long snake-like bodies. The jade of the mountain symbolises prosperity, while the infinite length of the dragons reference the expectation that the empire would last forever. This sort of this complacence in the incredible wealth and prosperity that permeated this age under the then rule of Emperor Hao Xin Soulseeker and his lineage that followed. The dragon is also depicted as ever vigilant and protective. This references the societal attitudes of the time, the absolute complete rejection and distrust of anything that could be even misconstrued as dark magic. It's also the period of time when Emperor Hao Xin Soulseeker took to revering the stars, and by extension so did the rest of the empire. The depiction of the dragon itself, it's a common piece of iconography. The book mentions the rumours of its origin as having come from a dream that Hao Xin had one night. Thus, worship of the great celestial dragon became a common staple of Orcish society. But so far, that's what you can glean from this book, Siren.
That's a lot to take in.
Yes. And I wrote down most of it. Now I know that one of the books is quite possibly called the Book of Disease. And it also makes me curious as to whether or not my book has a title. So, upon reading that, Siren's going to just kind of surreptitiously bring her book out and see if... Actually, she's going to wait. She's just going to lock that in the back of her head, thinking about it. And,
Okay.
Yeah. But she's also going to be kind of keeping an ear out for that other thing.
Okay.
Because she's actually going to stand up and start kind of moving about to see if she can pinpoint and or find.
With that perception roll.
I mean, well, I'm also now like up and looking about, like, and I'm also going to touch that thing that we said the Siren can do because she's a demoness. She's going to touch her. She's going to flick her ear back and touch her earring to her neck, and she's going to whisper most everybody and say that I'm hearing some sort of faint, rough whispering from someone in the room, but it appears that the source might be invisible. And so she's going to kind of stand up and...
The murmuring
sort of-
seems to have stopped.
Did it stop when I closed the book? Did it stop when I stood up? Did it stop when I started moving?
Stopped quite some time ago.
Okay. In that case.
It's like maybe 5 or 6 seconds where you heard it.
Weird. Okay. Siren is still gonna just kind of say that, but she's gonna continue just kind of meandering about, looking at shelves, and no longer taking up time for other people to do stuff.
Okay. What are the rest of you guys doing?
I'm still
I would like to do things.
Yep. Okay. Let's head over to Vela. My apologies.
Sorry, I don't mean to be a butt, but it's kind of been an hour.
It's fine. It's
Very
fine.
patient.
I should have went over to you sooner.
It's fine. It was important roleplay stuff that everyone had going on, so I didn't want to interject. But
Let the boy have his fun.
Yeah.
You know,
So as we
unless he is just
head
a
back
pile
down,
bones.
we head back down to the foot drifts.
shit, what was I doing again?
You were going to
tease
whisper
me.
to someone if I remember right.
Basically, I'm gonna take the scale mail for now, but I'm gonna remark that I want to bring a friend who might have nice things to trade.
Oh, nice things to trade. Yes.
I'll be back with her. I'll be back with her in a bit.
Glorious!
And I'm gonna walk out.
And he kind of jump. You watch Nindorf. He jumps over the counter and goes rustling through some other things that possibly might be able to trade with these new customers.
All right. Well, while he's distracted with that, I'm gonna get out the fucking door.
It's been so long.
He's gonna try and
It's been 70 years.
Holy fucking shit! What year is it? Anyway, he's gonna get. He doesn't wear the earring, so he sort of takes it out, puts it to his ear to make use of it, and he's gonna try and get in touch with Sal. Or Sal, you there? I don't know if I'm doing this thing.
First of all, is he within range?
That's
Just
a good
about.
question.
Just about within
I
range.
mean, he was within range an hour ago. I don't know if it's changed since then.
I mean, from here to the Spire Clefts, there's a fairly long, very very tall cliff between you and Sal, but it's not over 500 feet.
Okay.
I hear you. What is it?
Good. I'm doing this right then. You're busy right now because I need you.
Currently, no. I'm standing outside the bookshop.
Right. Well, I found this place and he's willing to do trade, but he's got a lot of things I don't know. I don't want to get cheated on anything, basically, so I want to know what I'm dealing with. You think you could swing by?
I might possibly be able to, if you can guide me, because this town, to be honest, is a maze.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare. He's gonna direct her because obviously I don't know the direction. But yes, well, the implication.
Okay. So, for the sake of brevity here, the next hour or so, Spencer, you kind of. It's like backseat driving. It's very frustrating, and without the visual reference, it's even more frustrating. And you spend the best part of an hour kind of shouting at each other through the earrings, and
Can you hear me now?
yeah. No, take a right. No, what? My right or your right? It's annoying. It's. But eventually, you do find yourself venturing the foot drifts, Saoyun. You are guided outside of this very slovenly looking shack. It's very.
There was a bell.
Yeah.
Oh god, finally. Good, you're here. So he's sort of, you can tell he's sort of sick of using the magical doodad, and he just sort of puts it back in his bag.
And likewise, Sao just looks at him and just goes, when I said this place was a maze, I guess I was making an understatement.
Yeah, it ain't easy to get through, but you're here now, and thanks for coming. Right, so this guy's weird as fuck.
By the way, Saoyun, mark off 1 silver for the lift, elevator
Right.
even. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this guy's weird as fuck, but he's got some interesting things, I guess. But I don't know what any of it is, but from just looking at it, I can do value, but it might be magic. I don't know. Might be important. And I trust you with helping me out on this because you know what you're doing.
Alright. Before we go in, first question. How weird are we talking? Are we like talking eccentric? Are we talking oddball? Are we talking manic?
He's gonna point to the misspelled open sign.
You see in the window there, Opni.
Opne.
Opni.
Yes.
I'm guessing a mix of eccentric and manic.
Batshit crazy.
Fairly close to what I mentioned, yes. Alright.
But
Um,
I'm trying to trade him a scale mail, but if you have anything you want to offload, that'd be good to do here. But yeah, just see what he's got, because what he dumped in front of me, there was a lot of it, and some of it looked good.
give me a hot moment before we head in, okay?
Yeah, right. No problem.
And I'm gonna proceed to cast Detect Magic, which has a concentration of up to 10 minutes, by the way.
Okay.
I.e., I will detect anything magical within 30 feet of me.
Right. So what? There is one faint magical aura in there. Actually, no. This would be faint. This would be very strong, actually. It's a magical aura of the arcane.
Well, in that case, Willem would see Sao just sort of staring at the shop for a moment and just looking. You mentioned he would trade almost anything.
I mean, he seems crazy enough too. I show my armor and I know what it's worth, but he just dumped all his stuff in front of me and some of it looked pretty valuable. So yeah.
Well, from what I can sense in there, there is something, let's just say, a little more than the ordinary in there.
Oh, there's a lot of things in there that's a little out of the ordinary.
Not what I mean.
Yeah, I know. Still gives a wry smile.
Let's go in.
Okay.
Ladies
head-
first.
I love that they both said that at the exact same time.
The moment you
Ladies
head
first.
in, you are confronted with a hoarder's dream. Right. And also the moment that you come in, you can see a halfling male individual, wild frizzy white hair, who seems to be going through a large cabinet of sorts, just throwing out all sorts of odds and ends, looking at what looks like an eye in the glass jar, kind of pickled eye, and he kind of throws it to one side, it splashes all over the floor. He kind of double takes over towards the new customer he's just come in. He says, "Oh, is this your friend? We trade, yes?
Yeah. This is a
Good,
trade now.
good. Come see what I have to trade." And he,
Is the pile of assorted things from before still there, or is he?
yes, it's still there. And he kind of bounds over the counter.
He's gonna sort of approach the counter, assumedly with Sao, and sort of gesture ahead towards the assortment of items as if to say, "Look, this is what he showed me."
Any of which stand out? Note, I'm looking at the list you posted previously of the
Yeah.
bunch of stuff.
So with the detect magic, you do see that that half of the ancient stone tablet, the one depicting the eye, and kind of surrounded by obscure text that you can't make sense of. That is the thing that seems to be glowing with a very strong arcane aura.
I was gonna. I forget how Sao is with personal space, but he's going to sort of lean in close to Whisper. He's going to try to, but if she sort of flinches away or doesn't want to be, and yeah, you get what I mean.
Yeah.
This is obviously whispering to sort of not spook or sort of make the shopkeeper freak the fuck out. Anyway, those rings down there in the box, I recognize them from a couple of houses, but don't know how much, if they're anything special. There's that mirror over there. It's a pretty good nick. And he offered me 40 along with it for my armor. I was gonna take it, but yeah, I figured I'd call you in, see what's what. And he's gonna back up.
While Sao is looking over the stuff, normally you would find a person darting their eyes to that which brings them attention, but in her case, she's analytically scanning everything, not to arrive any suspicious attention towards the tablet. But then she turns to Vellum, and in Orcish, she starts speaking. The tablet, it's a bit more than magical, if you can say.
He is also going to respond in Orcish.
You can see Nindolf is just staring at the both of you. Very kind of jittering in his seat excitedly. You gather he doesn't get many customers.
Which is surprising because this is fucking awesome. If I was a more spend heavy character, I'd be in here all the fucking time. Anyway. So
you mean like Balthazar?
So what do you think? Again, still in Orcish. I'll say it's in Orcish until I say otherwise.
Yeah. Well, if you take the gold and the tablet, maybe possibly bargain for the rings if you want them. It could be a very good deal.
Alright, give it a try. I mean, I only came in here for spending money. So the tablet, maybe the rings, but gold for sure. Back to Common. So, what deal did you offer me earlier again? It's been a while. He's referring to the shopkeeper.
He kind of lifts up the antique mirror, kind of shoves it in your face, and says, "This and 40 gold."
Right. Well, instead of that, he sort of points at the mirror. He sort of moves his finger down to the tablet. Instead of that, maybe that.
Oh, the tablet! Oh, there's a long story, sad story, boring story behind this. You want to trade it?
Yeah, but I'm interested in these as well, maybe. He's sort of playing softball a bit with it, like maybe I'm interested in it, when he's sort of pointing at the rings with his other hand. What about that?
What was it? Those three signet rings?
Three
Yeah?
signet rings in the box.
Oh, this is 3 gold pieces each.
He's gonna sort of take the scale mail out, sort of look at it, and look back at the goods. He's intending to cause tension in that sort of maybe sort of way. So 40 of those for this. So a tablet and the rings, and let's say
Yes,
30
yes,
gold.
yes. The tablet, please. Just take it off me, please.
Did you catch all of that, or was your panicking roleplay getting in the way of what I said? Just wanted to know if I was clear, Janer, because
Sorry, just go ahead and repeat that.
He
Sorry.
said the text,
he said the tablet, the rings, and let's say 30 gold for the scale mill.
Yes, that was yes, perfect. Just as long as you take the tablet, please.
He sort of opens his mouth to confirm the purchase, but then gives a sort of confirming side look to Sao as if That sound alright to you? Because obviously suspicion abound.
Returning the look with a nod.
Right, we've got a deal then. Yeah, he holds out his hand to shake.
And you watch Nindorf kind of clasp both hands around yours, shaking vigorously. Wondrous! We have a trade! And he just shoves he watches as Nindorf kind of shoves the what was it the that was the sorry, I'm just trying to recall what the trade was.
The
The
trade
box
was
of
the
60
tablet,
rings
30
and
gold,
tab-
and the yeah.
Right, the rings, 30 gold, the tablet. Okay, he shoves all those over towards on top of a small pile, and sets it aside for trade. Then kind of thinks for a moment. Seems to lose track of himself for a moment. And then he just picks up all the stuff and just shoves it in your arms. And surprisingly strong for a halfling of his age, kind of pulls you both over the door and pushes you out into the street. Goodbye! The door just slams you out, and you are both left outside in the street, wondering what the fuck just happened.
Did he actually take the armor off me?
Yeah, he's
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah,
Because it seemed like he just shoved it all in and pushed us out. Okay, good. Alright, so I'm just gonna...
Yeah, he didn't seem to take much care taking the armor off of you.
I'm gonna cringe a bit at that, but, you know...
Yeah.
Necessary costs, because he's gotta have living money. And it's not like he put his mark on it or anything, but there's still some sort of injured pride there.
And at the moment they're out of the shop, so I was gonna let out a held back breath and just look at the Vellum, and while still in Orcish, just do you have any idea the amount of power I can sense from that tablet?
And speaking of which, the tablet looks like this.
Seems familiar in a way.
Well, I don't know anything about magic, so no, I don't have any idea. In Orcish, obviously.
Well, to put it lightly, it would be something akin to, I don't know, Balthazar, I guess.
Oh, good. He'll be pleased. But look, thanks for coming by. I know it was a pain in the ass getting here, and I don't like asking favours too often. But I couldn't exactly call anyone else in on it.
Well, in this case, you did the right thing.
Yeah, I figured so. He sort of pats his shoulder.
We should probably head back and meet up with the others.
Yeah, well, I got what I needed to do done. Weather's
Same
not good
here.
enough for forging, so lead the way.
And as such, Sao will proceed to more or less backtrack as best as she can
Okay.
back to the... not quite into the district, but standing outside at the gate, waiting for the others.
Okay. So mark off 1 silver for the elevator ride back up to the upper town, and go up to the gate.
God,
Public transport, gotta love it.
Well, Val's just gonna follow behind, so.
Right. So what are the rest of you guys doing?
Reading.
In the bookstore.
So much reading.
All the reading.
Still searching around, seeing if he has anything on, like, that I could find without just blatantly saying it. Anything on the realm of insanity.
So conversing with Nindorf, not Bindorf, sorry. He doesn't seem. He seems very off-put by your while you're not quite overtly saying it, he seems to get an idea of what you're looking for, and he says, no, we don't. His beady eyes just slim.
Well, that is unfortunate. I was hoping to find something. Well, let's see. I see. This is disappointing, but I understand. I hope to better understand some of the risks that comes with the arcane. But still, you have a very lovely shop. Thank you for letting me peruse it. Little one. He's gonna look over towards Neural.
Her head pops up.
Have you found what you needed?
She glances down at the book she's been reading this entire time. Yeah?
Good. We have any other business here in this man's library?
Not that I can think of.
Sarah's gonna close her book and stand. No. Yes, I've gotten what I came for.
Well, it seems that I unfortunately will have to leave him behind. However, I am in the town for a few days more. I may be by for entertainment reading. So, I believe I shall bid you adieu then. He's going to just sort of nod his head a little bit and start to walk over towards the door, pausing to look at the others.
I should say that Grunka bought his books before.
You're very quiet.
I said that Grunka bought the books that he was looking for.
Alright, okay, so what books were you looking for?
I posted it in the Roll20 chat.
Alright.
I kind of went to bed.
Okay, so an lexicon and trade plan. Okay, so simple enough. I will say just mark off 10 gold.
I'll do that. Alright.
Just keeping this brief.
Mm-hmm.
In Grunker's case, it would be brief, because he's a man of few words and more about action.
And he's already hurting his head trying to be a gnome, not gnome, a halfling.
Vellum, the signets, the signets on those rings.
I mean, can you do it in writing so I have the spelling?
Oh, right.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the role play.
There we go. So, if business is finished in here?
Yep.
Alright then.
I never
What
got
about
the end
you,
of this
Haven?
book, hell.
Siren is fine.
Okay then. You'll head back out. You venture back out into the cliff spire, the spired clefts. You have a moment to yourselves.
Siren's gonna look at Balthazar. Perhaps we want to see if we can find more suitable arrangements here.
Yes. We're going to climb higher. We will find a better, nicer place fit for representatives of another city-state. One with a larger bath.
Mm-hmm. That heats on its own.
Or as a servant.
So, with that, I guess. Well, Siren's gonna look at the rest like, so, Nero.
Hmm?
Goblo Wagons. Would you like to accompany us while we look for a better place to sleep than what we had?
Maybe. What are the others doing?
I have no idea. I haven't seen them since we woke up.
Oh, I thought they were at the gates that we were at. Did
Wait,
I
what?
miss?
Well, I
Do you
mean,
want-
has Vellum and Sal returned yet? Or
I don't think at this point, because it took Sal a while to get there, and then we would
Yeah.
have had to have come back.
so I have no idea where Vellum is gone. Sal left on her own. So I assume she's off doing something as well.
I think I'll stay here so when they do return, I can tell them what happened.
That's fine. You know how to reach us, and then she's gonna flick her ear that has the earring in it.
Oh, right. I keep forgetting I have that.
Yes, magic is a wonderful thing.
It is. And, I'll remember.
All right. Well, brother, let's hope we have more luck up here than we did down there.
Yes. Let's go a little higher. Let's go as high as we can go.
Up to the fucking sky.
Because I am now a bird. Fuck you.
God.
He turns
I-
into an Eldris Hawk. Fucks off.
I do believe you mean harpy. Just throw a bit more salt in the wound.
Hey, Sal was in there.
like I never left the end. It's like I'm still tilted.
Siren is going to kind of look at Balthazar, just kind of frown for a second as if studying him, and then just kind of like grab his jaw and slowly turn his head so he's back up to level. It appears sleeping in that bed did more than just make you uncomfortable. Your head has been slightly tilted.
Yes. Well,
Back to level, dear.
listen, it's a bad day. Let's just get going.
Okay. Then let us go. And
Okay.
so, we're going to try to find our way. So, do we want to find an inn? Do we want to find another brothel because lulls? Or what do we want to do?
Don't lose your way.
A proper inn would probably be best. Otherwise, Janet's gonna have another one of those situations on her hands.
What, the orgy?
That,
She gets kicked
or
out 'cause she
probably
starts shooting the gun.
that, or maybe bringing in the nannies again.
Oh lord.
Actually, anyone's noticed the nannies haven't been here.
Yeah, they've been too busy running errands.
Yep.
Almost by design.
No, that was Balthazar who setting them off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It was by design.
Not me. Not me.
Yeah.
And I'm partially thankful, but right. Okay. I will say make a persuasion check to ask for a nearby inn.
For the fail.
Okay, how about
Higher.
you roll one and I'll roll one?
A class.
And adjust
an
my little
inn-
horn bangles. Straighten up my incredibly expensive clothing. Adjust my incredibly expensive coat.
And your incredibly expensive codpiece.
Oh yeah, it is polished, pointed, and ready to go.
So we're finding a whorehouse.
Oh god.
You. What is the best surveyor of company I can find?
Hey, if it's whole houses, he knows what he's talking about.
You see, you've caught what looks like a very very smart looking young gentleman, probably in his mid-20s. Looks like he's on his way to some sort of important noble meeting, but you seem to have intimidated him enough. He seems to.
Intimidate.
I mean, just by your mere presence as a demon in amongst, standing out like a sore thumb here, he seems to direct you over with a shaky finger to tells you a few directions to what's called the Lofty Lapine.
Lofty Lapine.
I like it. You said this guy looks like he's somebody, like he's a noble or important.
Probably the son of some sort of noble who's been kind of foisted into this position by an overbearing father. You gather as much from his demeanor. He's slightly.
Oh man, get ready for me to start exploiting social contacts. I wanna actually stop this guy and compliment him. Oh man, that was a nice outfit. Where did you get that? That is well made. It really, wow, you wear that really well.
Thank you. And he just continues off.
It was aggressive compliments.
You look amazing today.
You look great. Let's be friends. Let me get into your political circle.
Sir, you wouldn't believe the strangest man I met today. He was red.
Oh, that angry? Well, yes, he was mad.
Okay, so
All right. So let's make our way to the
Nope, I'm just having
fucking.
a really shitty day with rolls. Oh well.
Yeah, no, you're.
Yeah.
Whew.
So you are
Sucks to
eventually.
be you.
You are directed towards it looks like an older chapel that's been kind of sort of revamped, made anew. The stonemasonry here looks like it's been very recently reworked. You can see essences of marble masonry here. And some essences of, how would you describe it? Like this immaculate miniature cathedral almost. It seems to have been revamped to some sort of inn
Cathedral
or
of flesh.
not quite.
I like it.
Not. There's nothing on the exterior that seems to denote any sort of brothel. Much to your dismay. However, you enter in, and you can see a very nicely polished floor. Very. It's like Where's the ambience here?
And I'm guessing the amount of sacrilege committed here within is enough to make an angel cry.
good, fuck him.
I support this. Yeah, and see? Man, Vellum is just becoming more and more valuable.
You can see the entire room seems to be lit up by what looks like a series of stained glass windows emitting kind of coloured emerald green. You can see images of barley, wheat, sickles, and what looks like a very elegantly dressed halfling woman kind of striding through these fields of wheat. scythe in hand. Looks like a kind of swaddled infant in the other. It seems like there seems to be some sort of religious significance to this figure. But in any case, this seems to be a place where nobles come to, well, not just nobles, but nobles and the middle upper class seem to come to unwind and have a good natter. Much more cozy than the Wonky Weasel.
But how does it compare to the Decent Descent?
I think I'll have to compare the diesel.
I would say probably on par
Gross.
with the Decent Descent, although not
Oh.
not quite a brothel, but still the general atmosphere. See, it's neat. It's well kept. You can see there's just lots of money gone into this place.
The fact
To-
that it's
to-
a
to-
redone cathedral is enough to make Balthazar go, yes, I'm gonna sacrilege the fuck out of this place.
So it says not quite a brothel. So is this a
It's
Brothel or not?
it's a high esteem bed and breakfast essentially.
with masseuses you can pay to have come around? No, so it's just a really fancy B&B.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's like a speakeasy for sex.
There is none of that involved.
Yeah. Saren is actually going to look at Balthazar and just be like, "Huh, I don't think he quite understood what you asked. But this is better."
It's a step up, and definitely.
Yes. Ah, I can already feel how soft the beds will be.
I prefer this.
Yes,
Really, I prefer this.
very much so. Now, where is the tavern master? Saren's going to kind of look around to see if she can find an individual who seems to be in charge.
Okay. As you step further into the lofty lapine, there is kind of a silence which falls over the inn here. You see lots of eyes meet your group with a very like a sort of hang on, I'm trying to
Racism.
improv improv
A sort of racism.
well, maybe it's hard to tell, but eventually everyone seems to gradually go back to their conversations. Still a few glances over the shoulder. And you wander up to the bar there. You see what looks like a fairly elderly human gentleman. Bald head, kind of scruffy white beard, probably middle class gentleman. Amidst some nobles here, you can see on the tables.
Hello, good sir.
Can I help you?
Yes, my friend and I, and she motions back at Balthazar, visiting political figures from Port Morgny, and we were wondering if perhaps we were directed here by another of noble blood.
Visiting officials, you say?
Yes, and she's
I'd
going to
like-
pull out the Port Morgny.
Ah, right.
Nice.
Strange. I've not known Port Morgny to hire. Pardon my language, but I'm pretty
I'm
old-fashioned.
waiting to see what you're saying. What you're going to say.
You know what? Never mind.
Hmm,
What'll it be for you?
yes. So, again, We are officials from Port Morgany, which we have earned our status through saving the town and the people within it. We are here on business, and we were directed here by another nobleman. That this is a place to stay whilst in town. Well, assuming that's correct.
Aye. This is the premium place in the Spire Cliffs.
Okay.
You'll not find a better place to relax, unwind. Your choice.
Delightful. How much would a room for? He's going to turn back to Balthazar. Was it 3 or 4 days it would take?
No, it should be 4.
For 4 days and nights.
Well, standard room that'll cost you about three gold a night.
Mhm.
If you want more. From what you've said, you're probably looking for the diplomatic rooms. That'll cost you around 8 gold a night.
And how many can fit within a room? Is it a single bed? Is it a suite? Is there?
Oh, it's a suite.
What are the accompaniments?
The diplomatic rooms are there's 2 rooms. That'll be two double beds. I assume that's what you'll be wanting. And he kind of looks over to both you and Balthazar.
That would be fine. And you said how much per night?
8 gold per night.
Okay. I'm going to give him 24 gold. And I'm going to look at him with a smile and say, and that's for what you were going to say earlier. And she's going to have her hand out for the key.
He doesn't seem to respond to that. He's silent on that.
I mean, that's fine. She's going to hold her hand out for a key. And I guess this would be persuasion, intimidation, or what?
Well, I mean, what are you trying to persuade him of?
That she's going to pay 6 gold a night as opposed to 8 because he was going to be racist towards her.
Oh, right, okay. Make a persuasion check.
Okay. Come on. Above a 5. Technically above a 5 with a 9. It'd be awesome if it was double digits.
Either way, it's a 17.
That's true.
He
She's
looks
very
at the
persuasive.
gold and just takes it silently and hands you the key. The keys, rather.
So I was going to look about this.
Taking advantage of racism.
Recompense. And then Star's going to kind of look about Balthazar and like motion to follow.
And I will. I will tap the little earring real quick though. And just be like, those that might be in range. Oh yes, we found. No, whoops. Yes, we have found lovely lodgings. Look for a place called the Lofty Lapine.
The Lofty the what?
So who is not in range from January? Is everyone in range? or
None
is
of
it
us. We're all within like 500 feet of each other currently.
Yeah.
some- Okay, good. I'm just gonna throw. Oh wait, we got his earring in. Whoops.
So I was just gonna look to Willem and just go. And guess who bought new lodgings for us?
It's not another whorehouse, is it?
As far as the name concerned, it might be. I don't know. He said it was called the Lofty Lapine.
Just sort of shakes his head, looking down, sighs. You wanna just go off? He's on a room back of the other one.
I will need to pick up my stuff there anyway, so I might travel there.
Because I really don't want to be getting all the way wherever this is to his bloody city just to find out is another orders. And not sleep in those places.
It's almost like you can ask.
Yeah, but he's biased. He's judging. He's like, wonder what it is. Likely something bad.
Well, if you would give me a moment, she is gonna touch her little earpiece thing, and then message them back. In this case, both Balthazar and Siren. If it's
Okay,
another
yeah, those make
whorehouse, it's gonna be complicated with Vellum.
Oh, would he want a whorehouse? It's not, but we can probably find one.
By the way, Velen would have gotten his out to hear the response because obviously now he knows there's an exchange going on. He's gonna get it. No, I don't want one. How much is this place anyway?
It was 24 gold for 4 nights.
Fuck that. And then he stops listening.
Okay.
They're like, hey, all that money you just made, let's spend it on a fucking room.
No, she's still net positive.
Oh, yeah, true, still. But yeah, he sort of
Yeah.
cuts off communication after that. It's like, fuck that. Boop.
You know I'm pay.
So, Sal, will you be coming to enjoy the accommodations?
Well, it depends. Is the lodging already paid for?
Yes.
Or
We've already paid. We have the 4 nights. It's quite nice. As she looks about the place. Very upscale. Seemingly one of the best in the city. Especially considering that it is the place where nobles frequent.
well, I will ask one thing: is it gonna be like Morkney at first?
No, I don't think we'll have to fight a bone kraken to do it.
You know what I mean.
Again, I don't think. I think we'll be fine. Just don't blow a hole in anything if you could.
First of all, it was an accident. And second, I'll try not to.
Good. I look forward to seeing you. And tell Vellum he can enjoy the Weasley Weasel, or whatever it was.
The Wonky Weasel.
Oh, she knows. She
The
was just
wanking
saying-
weasel.
The wanking weasel. Yes, say Vellum can enjoy the wanking weasel.
If these could transmit anything that was visual, Sa would just roll her eyes. I'll let him know.
See you soon. And then she's just gonna cut off communication or whatever as she and Balthazar walk into the very extravagant room.
And it is very, very extravagant looking. It's got you can see tiles of black and white marble kind of laying out of the throughout both of the rooms here. You can see what looks like a bear pelt carpet. Well, not carpet, rug even. Kind of at the foot of this very extravagant kind of king size bed here. Kind of the type that has 4 pillars kind of drapes on all 4 sides, and it's located right next to a very beautiful stained glass window. You can see there seems to be an archway that kind of moves. Opens out into a secondary room with another king-size bed as well. This looks to be a place for many people to stay at once. About probably like 2 couples or so.
Nice. Very diplomatic. Siren goes in and looks in between the two rooms, the beds, finds the better one and says, "Mine." Because Atlas is muted and he can't say anything right now.
No, this is exactly like it was back at Mortney.
Yes, it is.
But this time, you paid. So, I have nothing I can say.
Saren
Just
kind of looks at him
clarity
distrustingly.
here. It is mid-afternoon, maybe, well, mid to late afternoon, maybe like 4 o'clock.
Mhm. But yeah, Saren looks at Balthazar a little like like she doesn't quite trust him giving up that easily.
He's a little out of it right now. He's just tired. It's visible on his face. A mix of just, he's almost kind of zoning out, and he's just fatigued from a poor night's sleep. Lots been going on. He's wearing his fatigue quite visibly.
Seeing that, Siren's going to kind of purse her lips for a moment and then just kind of walk over. He's like, I was only joking about naming it, because after all, we are going to have Sao and Nero, and well, I guess we are going to have Conker here too. He'll probably sleep nuts in the bed.
He doesn't use beds.
Yes, so I'll have to find some like comfortable rug or pillow he can sleep on.
Get him a pillow at me. No, we shouldn't get him a pillow. He'll eat it.
We'll just set out a
basket.
or a rug. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah, a blanket over a basket. It'll be fine.
Yes, we slept in one when we were at the decent descent, so he'll be used to it. It's his norm.
I think he's more comfortable there. It's harder like the rocks.
But as for sleeping, we'll of course share the bed. And then
It is unlike you to share.
that is true. I mean, if you want to, I can take this in bed and you can sleep with Nero and Sal.
I wouldn't get even less sleep then. I will take your offer for my own sake.
I thought so. So, now it's time to go to that other place, gather our things, and bring them here.
Yes, it is.
And while we're on the way, we need to also find the location of, as you said, the captain of the guards, perhaps some other political influence. Just to find a means of procuring information for what we wish to do here.
It might not be a bad idea. It's something definitely to look into. We could see what is left, or what is out, and we could hopefully set up a sort of contact that we could, you know.
Yes. You look, for lack of a better term, exhausted. Are you okay?
He has just a moment, a deep breath. Yes, I'm fine. I think I need a moment of quiet. Yeah.
Well, also, earlier, when we were thinking, when we were having such struggles before we found that guard, I was thinking perhaps we could consecrate this town in our own special way. like we did before in the crypt. I've gained some more understanding regarding my magic. And, well, I'm assuming you have as well.
He's just gonna raise his spiny brow. This may not be the wisest of decisions, but I would lie if I said I was not at least a little interested. I had hoped to have a quiet moment in
Oh,
late
not
hours
now.
of the night.
Yes, not now, dear. Oh, sorry. I misunderstood you. Continue.
Oh, I was saying I hope to have a quiet moment at the late hours of the night because, truth told, I'm still reflecting on what has happened. I can tell things have changed and my magic has grown, but I feel that somehow, as I am, I'm stagnating. It's not complete. The bitter action just been floating since the Black Hand fell. And now we need somewhere to something go towards. Been thinking on this and I feel I might be close. At the same time, I'm more confused the more I come to understand what has happened. And I gesture to where she has her book. It's why I was hoping to find answers in pages, but there were none.
Well, given the source of your powers, it wouldn't surprise me that you have some confusion as to what they are, where they're headed. I mean, I can't say much else, given where I find mine, as convoluted as it is. But mine has the benefit of being able to be studied, whereas yours seems to come to you here and there, just brief glimpses. I've never quite seen you, aside from when you added that jewel atop your sword, really set yourself toward a goal. I don't know, what am I trying to say? I agree with you. You seem to have stalled in your forward progression. Like, this is not the Balthazar I know. We need to find a way to get you moving again. To become what I know you can.
There's at least closure in the company that I share. I agree. I think I am going to spend the next few nights trying to find a calm moment in the sky. Sometimes look up dark sky and you see the twinkling on the stars. Closely enough into each bright white shine, you can see the little pupil staring back, looking at you or about the world or the world beyond. And there is some strange comfort in that. Could get lost in it. See. Helps me find answers. Yeah. Maybe a moment aside. Simply watch what they're watching. Help me find my own. See that direction I need to go towards. Thank you for your wisdom.
You know I am always here for you, brother. Our fates are as closely entwined as any others, save perhaps the twins.
Perhaps. For now, I'm exhausted. I may linger here for a short while. I just need a proper bath to spend some time quietly.
Do whatever you
Would
must.
you be able to lead the others here?
Of course. I was going to do so anyway. Take your time, and when I get back, tell me how the bathing accommodations are.
I will. I
Saren-
think about breakfast too.
Okay then.
But real quick,
Oh, yeah.
Saren kind of leans in, kind of goes on her tippy toes, 'cause I think Balthazar's like 3 or 4 inches taller than she is, and she kisses him on the cheek, and then she does that little kind of like pat on his face, and then just turns and walks out.
Oh.
Just fuck already.
Okay.
Never.
So, for the sake of brevity here, I will say, for the next couple of hours, you all kind of begin. You all make your way back down to the Wonky Weasel in the upper town. Retrieve your things. Make your way back up, past the portcullis of the wall, into the spired clefts. You all meet up outside the lofty Lapine.
Or the tall bunny, as it's called, if you want to translate.
Well, it's
Yeah.
You gather it's a Trinaran dialect.
Unfortunately though, I do have to do an errand really quick. I gotta
Yep,
go
no
pick
worries.
something up. I'll probably be back in like. I don't know if
We
we'll
are
still be
like.
going,
We
'cause it
are
seems like
already
we're at
an
the
hour
end.
We are over time.
Yeah, we're over time, so we'll leave that here with you
Alright.
with the rest of you meeting up outside of the lofty Lapine.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sarah's gonna like motion like, and here it is, to everyone but Vellum.
Well, we didn't get to have a scene to discuss that, so
You said fuck that.
That might be worthwhile doing.
Okay.
If you would like to have a scene now,
well, we can maybe start with it next time.
If he
Can I sort of say a thing without coming off as confrontational?
sure.
This session was kind of the Balthazar and Siren show. I can list my achievements this session on the back of a stamp. And I can't interject because the only person who can sort of deject through scenes is either the DM or the players themselves. While I appreciate you're not intending to do that, and it's just sort of getting carried away with roleplay, and it's like trying to interrupt Atlas while he's talking. If you don't stop him, he's going to keep going. And again, I'd mean this with the best of intent. It's just sort of... I was just sort of sat there for an hour waiting to be come back to. I sold a shirt. That's what I've done this session.
I apologise for that.
No, it's not anything anyone needs to apologize for. It's just something I felt like I should flag up. And I apologize if this is offensive. I don't intend for it to be.
I
It's just
don't think
something
it's
I want.
offensive. You should have your screen time. It can be hard sometimes when multiple people want to do multiple things, and they do it in different areas. It's part of splitting the party is there's less people available to interact. It means you either have to chime in and say, "Hey, can you come back to me?" or other people have to have their things resolved before.
That's the thing. It's sort of coming back around to a point that people have been making in previous sessions where RP was interrupted, and I didn't want to sort of facilitate
Yeah,
the interruption.
because that's the issue.
Yeah.
I did
didn't-
notice
Because that's
kind
why I'm
of-
saying it either needs to be the players who are currently involved in it saying, okay, we can sort of go to somebody else, or the DM actually deciding it, which
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
I
I
didn't-
did notice a little bit of a case that like some of us, you know, doing some of our haggling and stuff, I couldn't help but feel like on a little bit too long. Could we see?
and again, it's cool. It's really you guys have a really deep involved character relationship, and that's great, and I love seeing it. But
Oh, yeah, but I also
I
wanna
kind of
see
had stuff
yours.
I wanted to do this session besides sell a shit.
I mean, I want to see your stuff, and I want to get involved with you too. So I don't want to dominate everything. So like,
And I know you don't. It's just I didn't want to sort of. There's no real good way to say it. Is the problem. That's
I think
Yeah.
I can pinpoint the issue quite accurately. The issue is Jana doesn't want to break the flow of what's happening, but at the same time also move the things further along. So it becomes this sort of double-edged thing of, do I want to cut this off here and move to the others, or do I want to extend this maybe that bit more to finish it?
yeah. You don't want
Which-
to ruin somebody's sort of roleplay that they're getting into.
Yeah.
And that's acceptable, but there has to be a cut-off point, either decided by the players at that time, or by sort of DM when they feel like it's gone on long enough. But again, that's just my thoughts and feelings. I'm just feeling a bit iffy that other people haven't really had chance. I mean, I know Grunk is usually low-key anyway, but I'm struggling to remember what he did besides sort of look at a book.
I don't know what you're talking about. He said more word this session than anyone combined.
Mm-hmm.
Joke.
Oh yeah, he did do a good disguise. But yes, it's just like, I mean, there was some sort of Vellum Sow things I wanted to go through, but it didn't seem prudent because obviously.
We'll have the next session to do those.
Yeah, and I also
Again,
want to kind of say that and this could just be of a selfish nature, but I actively kind of pursue roleplay moments with like Balthazar. Like there was a point in time where it was Vellum and Sao in the room earlier with like the unseen servant, and that entire thing could have been like you could have pursued an entire line of roleplay with that. I mean, I feel like if you're worried about not being able to do anything, I would suggest, and this is just a friendly suggestion, just being more active in your pursuit of standing out and doing stuff.
Yes,
Yeah,
I also had to literally phone call Sao to get her to the location to be able to interact with her. Because
No,
I
meant
knew I wasn't going to
more-
be able to get over to the bookshop and sort of do what I needed to do and get Sao or somebody or anyone to come back for this interaction. Because it was specific to the location, but at the same time it's like, well, okay, there's not going to be enough time to do anything, so.
But
I
that's
meant
part of the
more- I
inherent
meant more
risk
before
of
you
when
left
we
the Weasel.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
before I left, it was a sort of. At that point, you're right. I should have sort of looked into that more. But magic isn't something Vellum's interested in. Yes, it's unique and interesting, and he did want to talk with Sao at some point, but it seemed like she was preoccupied, and he was respecting it.
I get you on that. It's important to play your character, but
Yeah.
sometimes, like, you might do something kind of like we just had, like with Siren. You know, a very greedy person who would go out of their way when they notice there's an opportunity for you to be involved as a player to do something a little bit different out of the reach of the character to create that involvement, and then from there it can evolve into a lot of other things. No, I'm not blaming you, and I don't want you to think I'm
No,
blaming you.
I fully understand where you come from. It's just in my head, it sort of played out a bit different than I thought, because I thought,
Oh,
it was
yeah,
like, okay,
yeah,
well,
I
just
understand.
doing some shopping. We're gonna go out, and then Sal will catch up later, and then the group will get together because we'll all have done our things, and then we'll have some sort of group thing going forward. But then it sort of became a point. It's like,
I thought that
lift,
too. I thought
waited.
we were each going to do our own thing, and then we'd come back and group up and have something. But everybody started kind of having their own things that they got involved with, and then some people met up in smaller groups with other people, and then some people even bounced between certain groups. It becomes, you know, a very disorganized sort of thing, and we either have to, as a whole party, adapt to that and kind of flow with the change of composition, or if we are going to be rigid in just our one goal and our one direction, that we have to sort of maybe understand that
The main thing is I'm not
the plan's
I'm not
changing.
sort of naysaying any of your sort of decisions or even in character decisions.
I don't think you are.
Siren and Balthazar are very charismatically driven characters, and I understand that. It just sometimes it feels like we're getting lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to speak for anyone else, obviously.
No, you bring up
but
back
you-
points because
yeah,
again,
that's a good point.
Siren and Balthazar are very charismatic. They're very social, and
Talkative.
and again, this is as a veteran player. I've been playing D&D for a long time. I've been playing role-playing games for a long ass time. I would strongly just be like, grab the reins, man. Like, honestly, like, because you control your character. If you're sitting there just like, oh man, I really wish Sal and I had more to talk about, or like Sal and I had a deeper conversation about something.
No,
Like-
there were things to talk about. It's just opportunity.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, create the opportunity. Like, create.
I had,
Here's the
but we
thing.
never
I
got-
want to ask you a question. Do you know how many hours today I spent muted?
Not sure. I honestly wasn't keeping track.
It was well over half the session.
Same.
Yeah. I'm keeping myself muted a lot for two reasons. One, as a little bit of a courtesy, because if my AC kicks on, I don't want you to have to hear the background noise. And two, so because I do talk, I don't have a habit of interrupting or injecting and, putting myself in a conversation. That way, I leave the floor open. Unless I am initiated on, I'm not carrying a conversation. So other people have the floor, I'm not even involved, to step forward and create their action.
That's
And if I'm
that's sort
speaking,
of
I'll
an
try and
issue
call
because
people to create
if it's
action.
involving somebody else's roleplay, I have no right to be interjecting in that, even if it's for a good reason, because like it's come up before, whereas it's like, perfectly good, really interesting deep roleplay has been cut off by something ancillary
Sure.
that may not be as important. And again, I'm sort of returning to the point of the only people who can rightfully sort of either make a break in it or like not end, but sort of finalize the scene is the DM
Yeah.
or the players currently involved, and I can't really.
There is one difference, though. I'm sorry to interrupt your sentence, but
No,
this is
go
a
ahead.
very important thing to consider. There is one difference between interrupting something and injecting yourself. You can interrupt and say, okay, you've had that, I want to take me back to shopping. Or you could say, GM, I really want to get on this, with the /WGM or a message over Discord. How about I sell it for this and I do this, or whatever. I want to be on these scenes. I want to role play. I want to get involved with the group. I've been away too long from the party. And then you can put yourself in, because regardless of, I have a good connection with Siren, I'm building a connection with Sao Yun. I want to figure out what's going on with you. No matter how well any one person might mesh with another, we're still 6 people all together, and we're ultimately a group even when we're apart. We have earrings that let us talk to each other. In my personal opinion as a veteran player, here with, Avon, I have to say this, and I'm not lording that, it's just one of the things that I've found playing so much is it's better to fudge certain things like the communication distance if it's something like, can I call out to them so they can come over and be a part of the scene because this thing is cool? Or do I have to walk down half a block to tell them to come on over so they can be part of the scene? But some things like that, we might be able to fudge the distance of it a little bit just so we can be like, Sao Yun, you wouldn't believe this thing that I found at this wonky old man's trade show. You should come down and look at
I was fine with fudging.
or
the
we
distance,
can call you.
because
Yeah.
My concern was that, I wanted to go outside so he didn't hear the conversation, but also because it's just like I didn't know if I needed to be going back over to the group. They might say, oh well, never mind that, come over here, and then I'd be like, well, sure, because it gets everyone back together. At the
Yeah.
time, I expected to go in, sell a thing, get money, and then sort of reunite them. but then turned into a scene. And I wanted to expand on that scene with other people, but everyone had their own thing going on in the library, which was important to their characters. I mean, there was that whole bit with Sao Yun buying the scroll and giving it to Balthazar, and then there was the thing with Siren researching the books related to this mysterious tome she has. All important things that seemed like something I couldn't really rightfully interrupt. And you say I could message Janna, but Janna's got like 50 things going on, and the messages I do put through don't always get through. I'd have to verbally mention it.
Well, yes, it's true. It is fine to just interject something real quick, like, "Oh, by the way, I sent you a message, Chan," and just have that be it. I've done that a few times. It's not too bad, and that doesn't really kill the roleplay. Just to let the DM, know, in case they didn't notice it, because they got a lot going on. They might not have noticed your message, but just because somebody else is having a big roleplay moment, doesn't make you any less important. You and your wants and your involvements are just as important as anyone else. I would argue that they might even be more important if you feel that you're not getting involved. And that's sort of the main thing of it, is like you should be here. You should be there. You should have the option to be here. And it does boil down to something we noticed before. We might be able to expedite trade. Might be able to make certain buying and selling things quicker, unless it's the exception of the weird old man who doesn't deal with coins and likes to barter with ancient hoarder items. That's kind of a twist that we didn't really expect. And I think all of us could have handled things a lot better, myself included. But, we're in a little bit of a weird situation, but it serves as a good reminder, definitely. If it's like the Siren and Balthazar, specialty show, where are you? How can you get into that? How can
it's sort of become the secondary issue with the situation. That, yes, we're apart and we did plan on getting back together, but while I can insert my character into scenes provided I'm there, if I'm not there, if I'm not there and I have no opportunity to create the means to get to where you are, then I can't really get to where you are to get in the scene. It's sort of just an Ouroboros of problems.
True. I think a good way is you might want to avoid that situation in the first place. Vellum, he's very disinterested in a lot of things when I look at him. He doesn't set himself forward in a lot of ways. He goes forward towards a very specific goal, but if it's anything that's not that goal or directly what he cares about, he doesn't care at all about it. It's magic, something tapped my shoulder, whatever. That's a big hook. What the hell was that? Is this place haunted? What's going on? Oh no, I have a magical power I just developed. Oh, you could tell me more about that. That's an example that got mentioned earlier, and it's a good one.
I'd like to refute that, if I may. Just because he doesn't... it's more he doesn't understand it than he doesn't care. He cares. It's a very present, real thing in the world that affects his life directly, especially lately, what with so much magical mumbo-jumbo going on. And there was a sort of brief discussion about it, but then it's just like, okay, well, I've got some stuff to do. Do you want to come with me and we can talk about it? And then Sal was busy. It's like, sure, but do you want to catch up? And then we go together, sort of thing. I was trying to sort of facilitate the actions that lead to situations and sticking with people. And then when we got off the lift, it was like Neril, Vellum, and Grunka, and I was asking, okay, are we sticking together as a group or is everyone splitting off? And then everyone was sort of splitting off, and I'm like, okay, fair enough. It will get done faster if we're all sort of getting them done and meeting back up, and that makes sense. So I just went with it.
I would also want to say two things. One, just again from an outside perspective, it does seem like Vellum doesn't care about things magical. Like at some point in time, you've specifically kind of said that, oh, it's magic, whatever, and he just casually dismisses it. And I think that one closes you off from a lot of just everything, because you have a party that's the majority of it are magic users, and the fact that Vellum, even if he doesn't understand, like the fact that he wouldn't want to pursue and come to, if not understand the mechanics of it, kind of see what it brings to each character. Like the fact that Sao Yun was so wrapped up in this fact that, oh, I can now create an invisible helper. Like, at any point in time, Velen could have been like, just thinking to himself, why is she that? Like, why is that such an important thing to her? Why is this such a big deal that she's going to be spending, that she's sitting there miming, like, in the air to try something, like, it's very much not theater, it's the thing where you act shit out. Improv. In improv, it's very much the yes and kind of aspect. Like, good RP usually comes from a yes and sort of attitude. And
Well, I'm
and
sorry
now
that
you're
it has-
very much
I'm sorry that it has come off that way, but he has actually been sort of more open and mindful to things of the magical variety. I mean, take the shop, for example.
Oh, yeah.
He could have literally just
Yeah.
taken the money, the mirror, and fucked off. But he thought, right, there's a lot of things here, a lot of weird trinkets. I should get somebody who knows what they're doing, and he trusts Sao, and she knows what she's talking about. And
Yeah.
even if he doesn't understand it, he can respect that skill set. So he calls her in, and then they have that whole thing. So he is. I'm sorry it is coming off that he doesn't care and doesn't want to engage, but I'm trying to push him towards that openness.
Yeah, and it's
That's
not that,
good,
and
yeah.
there's nothing they need to apologize for, because again, that's just how your character is coming off, and that's just how, like, that's you're playing your character. there's no
that's
need to
fine.
apologize for playing your character as your character would be.
But
It's
the
just-
thing is, if it's generating performance issues within the group dynamic, then it is becoming an issue.
Giggity.
Well, the only real issue that it would be generating is that I don't want to say this in a mean way. It's
Just
that
say it. I'm
sometimes
not going to take it wrong.
sometimes it feels like you're isolating yourself, and you're kind of creating your own problem, because it feels like you are playing your character very well, I think, but you might be playing him a little bit too well, just from the fact that he finds himself being isolated, and it's because he's very diligently, I need to be alone and do my crafting. I need to go off and do my task. I have to do these things. He's a straight man, and you said something about that himself. He plays it straight and narrow. He does his thing. He's very concise. But because of that, he really narrows his opportunities to be engaged with people. He doesn't have the same chance to be able to get involved because he has fewer doors he can open. He's really good at opening those doors that he can, but he ignores a lot of them, it feels
This
like.
entire session, he's been sort of trying to engage with people. He's been like, okay, look, I'm with this lot, and they seem okay. I need to be I need to be engaging with them more. He's tried with Sal.
Yeah, and you
because,
did good, like,
he's
didn't
on good
Sal
terms with her,
you
but then he
with
tried
the
with
others?
Nero and Runka, and they went off and did their things. Like, okay, fair enough. And he didn't know where Balthazar and Siren were, and honestly, I do again. You say I shouldn't apologize, but I do apologize that Vellum has a bit of a negative bias towards Siren, which is why when
No,
he said how much
yeah,
the
And
room
she doesn't
costs-
like you.
No. Yeah, there's no need to apologize for
doesn't
that.
like-
That's just
No.
the characters themselves.
That's the joy of the character dynamic. The fact that they don't get along. Oh my
Yeah, it
god,
kind of
could you
sealed off
imagine
an
the roleplay
opportunity,
that
though,
could be
with the
between those two?
It sealed off an opportunity because when she called,
Alright.
and it's like,
I'm
okay,
just,
well, how much?
just updating some
In
lore
the
here.
stream?
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Siren was saying, it was like, okay, fair enough, you found a better place. How much is it? Because in his brain, because it's Siren asking, is like he knows Balthazar might cover the fee because he's that sort of person. He's like, kind of likes to splash his wealth around. But when it comes from Siren, he sees her in a sort of selfish mindset. And so when it comes from her, that it's like, oh well, it costs 20-something gold. In his brain, it just went, that's most of the money you earned today. You know she's not going to cover it. And then he's like, fuck that. Just sort of didn't bother, and that is again a negative, but it's just how the relationship is right now.
Well, yeah, but that makes sense. That's fine. That makes sense.
But he has been
That's
trying
good
to
to
just
hear.
sort of go along with people today.
And you have, but I think a very big problem is that a lot of people wanted to go to goals different than you today. And unfortunately, some of those peoples had a similar goal of meeting up in the library later. So you ended up kind of being a little bit more stranded because you were the only one that was interested in going to that shop to sell your armor.
Well, the thing is, A, it was a
That's-
general store, and B, he wouldn't naturally go to the library, and it's not like everyone discussed this beforehand where they were going. Everyone just happened to be wanting.
No, yeah, all of this was coincidental. All of it was just that people wanted to go do these things, you know?
I get
And
that. I
it's-
mean, again, I'm not dissuading people from doing their actions. That's not what I'm saying at all. And again, nobody's at
Oh, yeah,
fault for
don't think
anything
you are.
here. I just wanted to sort of bring to light something that I felt might be an issue if not left alone.
Mhm.
But hey, silver lining. This means you'll have more to talk about next session.
Yeah, next
And also-
session, you get to be one of the MVPs.
Yeah, I don't want this to suddenly sort of yo-yo into like, hey, let's focus on Velum and Sao and all that a bit more. It's just like, it was a
Well,
concern,
no.
not an immediate one. I just wanted to make it known so that it wasn't gonna spiral.
Yeah, and it's a good it's good that you brought it up because like the last thing I want is to make the game unenjoyable for someone else.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to make the game unfun for another player in my group. So, and like with that in mind, I'm perfectly happy to lend in. Were points in time where I was just like, I realized, fuck, I'm talking again. Yeah, I'm just gonna go over here and do this and just let other people do their stuff. Like where I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna let other people talk. I actually said that.
That's
I think,
why
once
I'm
or
mute.
twice. Yeah, and
It's just something I feel again with time will get better at because again, like Atlas is saying, this is a very particular situation we found ourselves in.
Yeah.
It just happens to enhance that issue.
And I do want to also say that in regards to like earlier Atlas said that you kind of sometimes paint yourself into a corner. Like what would have been the difference if seeing Grunka and Nero go off on their own, you would have like, well fuck, let me follow them. Like how would this entire session have differed if you decide to go with them first and then gone and done your thing?
Because then you probably would have met up with everybody would have been in the group, and you said, hey, I need to go to this place and do this thing. Will you guys come along with me? Because I've been here at this book. And, maybe Siren would then be intrigued of your story about hearing of this odd guy and all of his weirdness. He might be the kind of guy to have a weird, wonky collection of artifacts that she or Balthazar are looking for, or Nero could find a neat thing, or maybe this is the kind of freak that would have a fucking gun or a bomb or something. Just out
Or
you.
potion of spider growing.
A gun, good heavens.
This is the kind of guy that would have a gun.
He's like, he just has a gun,
Like,
no
yeah.
background checks. He's just like, have a gun.
It was all over the shop, and again, you're right. In hindsight, I should have gone with them, but again, it's hindsight. At the time,
Oh yeah,
Yeah. But that's the thing. Hindsight is beautiful because it lets us come together as a group this way and discuss what happened, speculate what might have happened differently, and then reflect on it so we can have a better time next time.
Yeah.
because at
That's-
that
this-
point in time, Velem's only thought was like, shit, I only have 3 copper to my name. I had to borrow a silver just to get up here. I need to sell my fucking shirt and get some money.
But that is a thing to remember, is that that Balthazar has openly said that he will pay for you.
Yes, and yeah.
If you don't, in character, if you don't want that burden, if you don't want him to feel like, I'm being a burden, or, I can't provide for myself, that's fine. That's a very valid character motivation. But at the same time, as a player, we should remember that other players will help us out mechanically so we can be together and have fun. If there's
I know.
any limitations, we're able to do that.
Like,
I'm not trying to sort of defend my actions. It's just that's what I was thinking what was in my mind at the time. It's like, okay, get this out of the way. I've got something. So then if I do need to travel anywhere else and there are any other tolls I need to worry about, then at least
Then
I'm
you can
covered
cover it, yeah.
for the time being.
Those are valid thoughts. I'm not invalidating your thoughts. I'm just trying to add to them so you have something else to consider next time around.
Yeah, like, you're showing money, but Neil has basically besides the book she just bought, hasn't spent a dime since she was made, so she has like a bunch of money. She'd be willing to help out with that.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying he wouldn't. It's just
Balthazar actually
it's
isn't one of
also
the
a
richest
prideful
people in the
thing because he's very independent.
Yeah, but as we've been
Almost
saying,
stubbornly
sometimes
so.
that independence is, you might be too independent sometimes.
Oh yeah, it's a fault of his. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
And also,
Oh, yeah.
but also realize that fault might be hurting the player, and not just the character.
Yeah, that's the issue. Is like I say you might be role playing too well because you're playing somebody who, I'm sorry, this character does not get along with the other characters, and it's one thing if
Yes.
it's like he doesn't get along like with Siren, where it's part of their dynamic and it can be explored. But if he does not frequently align with them, it makes it very difficult for you to interact with them.
That's the thing though. He's currently at a trusted stage with everyone, including
yeah.
Siren, sort of. But
Yeah.
yes, I do need to explore those themes more, and yeah, I always get so. It's a problem I have, honestly, because so often in other games I see people not sticking to their characters, and while I get that doing it too much is a bad thing, doing it not as much at all is another problem I have, and I'm just sort of in a mindset of I don't want to be that guy. I want to just suddenly end up going backwards on my fucking motivations.
You are allowed to fudge it sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if I got sort of not aggressive, but
No, it's
It's
fine.
fine.
no,
Yeah.
I'm referring to the point
We don't
when
think you're aggressive.
when Atlas spoke up earlier about the tablet, and it's just like
Alright.
a passing thought, maybe this. And I'm like, well, don't fucking tell me that, 'cause it's gonna affect my judgment now. But I understand where you were coming from in that I can fudge things sometimes. It could be just like, oh well, Balthazar has eyes, and maybe he'll be interested.
He has 2 or maybe more eyes.
Yeah, the funny thing is,
You know,
I haven't seen
here's
Balthazar
something. You don't
take
even
any
have to
interest-
fudge or metagame this. Remember when we were going through that forest and you literally saw the entity that looks like the thing that's on this plaque? When we got shunted through the fucking realm of insanity?
Oh yeah, fun
We saw a
times.
thing.
That was a
Yes.
thing. That was a thing. Well, you saw a thing that looked just like this. And here's this weird, ancient-looking plaque
Was
with
it
that
just like
symbol
a
on it.
giant eyeball, or was it a figure? Because I recall it being a figure.
With eyes.
No, made of eyes. It's an amorphous thing, just sort of a vague shape of eyes and like some tendril shit. It's Eldritch Cthulhu-esque kind of
I
horror.
could have played on that better because honestly, he has sort of been blocking that out.
Then that's fine. Maybe, yeah.
But
he
it's
had a
coming
moment where
back to
he
the
seen that
point
and
of
he
I'm
freaked out.
gimping myself.
Oh yeah.
And also,
But it's just like,
you should
yeah,
treat
if you're
yourself
too
better
worried
with your
about playing your
disadvantages,
character.
man.
Yeah.
Like, you sometimes give yourself too much disadvantage.
Oh, I did it once.
And I mean, I understand you're just like, oh, so and so might not know this, but like if Jenner's sitting there, it's like, okay, everybody roll this, and you're just like, oh, Velen might not know this, and I'm gonna roll with disadvantage, or I'm not gonna roll at all. It's just like sometimes
I
the DM's
should confess something in that regard. This is entirely no offense to you, Jenner, but this is just because you're relatively new, and I didn't want to sort of make you feel like you need to explain everything to everyone, because in some situations, some characters aren't going to know things, and in my mind, I was taking that into my own hands a little bit by saying, well, Velem's not going to know this, because it's definitely out of his wheelhouse, so I'm going to save Jenner the trouble of trying to fucking pin that to my character. And that sort of misguided...
I can understand that.
That
but the
misguided
knowledge-
sort of help is sort of, yeah.
The role is kind of there to see if you ever heard about it. You might not be studied, but in your time traveling as a smith in a tavern, you might have overheard some similar stories or anything, or a story that might be applicable. Now, it's fine. I do the same thing where you can say, you know what, like, I'm this arcane wizard guy all focused about knowledge and shit. He wouldn't do a religion roll right now about this because he doesn't care. If he just doesn't care, that's fine. But don't gimp yourself too much as a player by holding yourself too tight to the character. Remember, what makes a character good is their fluidity and ability to adapt to the environment and then grow as a character. If you are Vellum, but Vellum never changes, Vellum is flat, and ultimately, while the rest of the party can grow and move forward, he stagnates. And that makes it really hard to do anything with him.
See, that's
As
the point
another
we keep
player
coming back to,
interacting,
and
or as you
it's-
interjecting yourself.
It's an issue. It's an issue that I'm concerned about, because while I, from my perspective, I feel like I am putting Vellum out there. He's sort of more open to new ideas and exploring these sort of unknowns. But from the outside perspective, he still seems like the stubborn, stoic old Vellum, and I'm worried that's how he's.
You can see he's growing a little bit.
I'm not projecting that well enough, I think, to the point where
Yeah,
people aren't noticing.
Yeah, it seems like he's grown a little bit, but it's not super noticeable. You have to look for it.
Yeah.
And maybe it could start to pick up, you know? What happens to the Great Smith when he's in an overcast mountain city that literally does not ever get direct sunlight?
Well, yeah,
He's not a smith here anymore. He can't smith. What does he do when he can't smith? His identity is gone.
That's the
You
thing.
know,
He's been
what
trying
else
to develop
is
these
identity?
new relationships.
Yeah.
I know for a
I
fact I
really
wasn't going
gotta
to do
go.
any smithing when I fucking got here.
Yeah.
Like, snow.
Um,
That's a problem.
Yeah, well, you're not going to be able to really do the smithing, and that is a problem. But that's also an amazing fucking boon for you,
Oh
because
no,
now
I
you
know
get
that. I've
to
been
explore
planning
entirely different
since,
aspects.
I've been planning since we hit the snowy region. I had a plan for what he was going to do when he suddenly
Not
had
saying
all
you
this
aren't,
free time.
just throwing that out there. Anyway, I really got to go now.
Alright.
Yeah,
I
Um,
will
sorry
see
for
you guys later.
keeping you
By the
informed.
way, I'll say this now. After each session, I'm going to ask everyone, what their plans might be for the next session.
Mhm.
So just DM me
I'll get
those,
those.
so I can expand on what I already have.
Nothing.
Will
I'm just gonna focus on Vellum.
No.
Too late.
Well, my plan hasn't really changed, seeing as I wasn't able to really get to it.
Sort of same.
I'm kind of only missing a point on my list, so that's shopping. Oh, God forbid.
Oh no.
but
To be
yeah,
fair, I only got like a couple of things on my list too, which makes it so bad.
Yeah. So, just for clarification, where are we starting next session? Because you did sort of try to fast forward it to the evening time when we ended, but it's like people still had sort of things they wanted to do. So where are we leaving?
Right. Currently, we are leaving at the rest of you just outside the lofty Lapine. While Balthazar is taking his rest.
And do we want to pick up on, because Vellum was talking about how they might want to have a scene where like they're going back and
Yeah, I did intend to have a talk. I intended for Vellum to have a talk with Sao while they were going back. And getting
Right.
the
Okay.
thing.
Okay.
But
So we
if,
can.
if
we
it's
can,
sort
we
of
can...
going to interject in time, then
No. It's fine. It's fine. Starting next session, we can begin with the conversation and have it roll forward from there.
is that okay with you, Doc?
Yes.
I gotta
Yeah.
go. Y'all guys have a good one.
All right.
See ya.
Later.
Wow, Sal's gonna be popular next session because Neil needs to talk with her as well.
I want to thank you for doing the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I apologize if all of this has been awkward.
No,
I
no,
don't
it's fine.
want you feeling like you're blaming yourself, because it's felt like that for a second, where you were apologizing and you had no reason to apologize. You are fine.
It's a learning experience.
And again, DMing styles vary drastically. What any of us suggest may not match with your sort of DM style.
Yeah.
Not to mention DMing is hard in general with a group A this size and B you being, I don't want to say continuing to be a newbie to it, but you're still learning a lot.
And also just populating an entirely new town as well over the
Also
past
that.
2 weeks.
One thing on that note, I'm not going to do full Skittles because we just had a whole fucking massive
Yeah,
conversation. but don't get hung up on details. Yes, we saw this janky old shop, and yes, it's full of all sorts of cool crap. But when it comes to new locations, do an overview, and then if we ask for anything specific, then inform us of the details. Because I feel like you're falling into a trap a lot of DMs that are writers fall into, where they want to just splurge all these details about their world out. And like with the books, for example, you can give them a sort of... you can say you open the book and glance in, and this is the passage you see. And if they want to read it more later, you can give them the information in text form, and that way it's not sort of detracting from the scene.
Yeah. The really time for a book you really need to go into detail is if it's story or plot related. Like,
and even if it is, it's just like it sort of helps with like creating more sort of not shocking but good twists and turns for a plot. Because if you're showing all this information, then we know it's important to the plot we need to focus on. But if it's just like, oh, you have this book and it's got some interesting details, you can look at it if you want later. And then if they look at it, they learn something because they engage with the object. They were like, okay, I'm going to sit down and have a look at this thing, see what's in it. It's like, wow, the flaming castle is in the Southlands. Oh, let's go down there. It sort of creates them. It's like NPCs talking to each other. You can have two NPCs talking to each other, or you can get the player to talk to the NPC. It's an example, not an exact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Books could also be really good hooks.
A hook book.
Plot hooks.
But yes, you're still doing good. Just sort of dial it back on the details in certain areas. Shops are just shops sometimes. And yes, they'll have colourful characters, but you don't need to worry too much about describing everything.
And Jenner, just as an aside, if you're really tight on things like populating a town with characters, do what I do. Write down a few keywords lists on a few tables, and then just roll a bunch of random people.
I mean, that's pretty much what I do anyway.
Yeah, but
the biggest problem with D&D is you can never plan for anything. Because, for example, in my group earlier on, these lot were trying to get on a ship, and they were trying to raise money for it. They had an opportunity to talk to this mysterious person who could be a means to get on that ship, and they press-ganged the fuck out of him. And through all rights, he should have ran to the guard. But I had to improv a whole scene of interrogation with them. So it's just like, you have a baseline. Get a base sort of rough idea of a character. It's like, it's a dwarf. He's got this beard. His hair's this color. And he's a bit gruff. And then you put a voice to it, and that's about it. And then you have to be ready to sort of improv things off the top of your head and just sort of roll with it if they do engage deeper. Because what happens is if you have a character with all these, well, not a lot of things, but like a fair enough list of things about them, besides very basic stuff, they could end up just not taking an interest at all. And then you just end up with this character that hasn't done anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just go basic bitch as possible and get good at improv is what I can recommend.
That's easier said than done.
Oh yeah, believe me, I feel you on that one.
One thing I'd recommend, which is something I've done and worked surprisingly well, I have a list of 10 keywords for whenever I need to improv a personality. Basically, I take the role, see what it is, judge if it fits, and then just roll with it. It could be something like eccentric, or slightly depressed, or just something to add a bit of character flavor without actually just, here's a 10-page backstory.
I mean, most of the Tiny's textiles, that was entirely improv.
You did well actually on that. You did well in general with the personalities.
Well. It just helps. I'm shitty and new, so I just make up a voice and then start adding shit as I go along.
That works too.
Not very well. Don't take too many lessons from me.
Again, it works, but yeah.
because you basically got two tiers. You've got plot important NPCs, or ones you know they're going to be interacting with a lot for whatever reason, and then you've got the scrubs, who are just could be fucking anybody, and then it's just like, oh, maybe they like cheese. Who knows?
Or they could also be a crazy blue kobold, who's smaller than the smallest person I've ever seen.
That's saying something coming. Nero.
Yeah.
I might actually try and visit him at some
Oh,
point.
right. I need to stop recording, don't I?
Oh god, I thought you would stop recording